is. Hello. Thanks for joining us, Commissioner.
Okay, good, good.
Afternoon.
Here we go.
Sorry, I can't be there in person.
Okay. Well, I would like to call the meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners to order today, Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and we do have a consent agenda with 2 items. Oh, do we have any citizen input? I'm sorry. So, already to the hearing. Do we have any citizen input in the room? No one filled out a blue form? And anyone on Zoom? That will be at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Okay, no one else. Okay, fine. Let's then go to our consent agenda.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda in 2 items.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, let's go to action item, I believe it would be number 3 then. And let's see, who is from the health department? It's going to be representing this. Since, oh, here they are.
Tom Kuhn.
We just called on you?
You did?
Ready to
Yes,
go.
We're ready. It's-
All we had to do is consent agenda right before you,
Yes,
so
it's 101.
welcome.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. We figured there'd be a couple minutes beforehand.
Worked out.
I'm Tom Kuhn. Today I'm the acting public health director in this capacity.
I'm Lana Lane. I'm the health services accountant.
And today we are bringing before you the IGA, Intergovernmental Agreement with the Oregon Health Authority, which is our main funding stream, which, as you know, we come to you usually at the beginning of the year for the total fiscal year award, and then we also come frequently when there are amendments to it, which happens sometimes 8 to 10 times in a fiscal year. So what we have here is the initial award for fiscal year 23. It has all the Oregon Health Authority funding streams, also known as program elements, or PE for short. In this case, we are in the middle of the biennium, which is the fiscal year 22 and 23 biennium, so this is the halfway point. And after examining these initial awards, everything lines up with what we were expecting, or if it's not what we were expecting, we know the reason why, and perhaps that funding is going to come at a later time. Also, we often get carry forward money from the previous biennium if we were underspent in certain program areas, where they will at some point this next fiscal year give us the balance of what we didn't spend. Some program elements, like the emergency preparedness one, for example, they don't allow carry forward, so we know we're not going to get it from them. But some of the other ones, we do get the carry forward, and that could come at any point this fiscal year, sometimes even as late as like February or March. So that's pretty much what we have before you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
So Lana, are you all up to speed on the different program elements?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I've been here for over 2 years.
There you go.
And I live and breathe the program
Yep.
elements. Yes.
Well, and the emergency planning, did you say, or what was the program?
Preparedness.
Preparedness,
Just-
yep.
Yeah.
I know that, coming through and in and out of COVID, we lived it now. So there's a different mode, which is planning, what else could we be doing? I understand that. And I've been involved in some of those in the years past. So good to point that out. That one doesn't carry over, but if there's a need, we'll figure out the next project that we could be implementing.
Yes, for sure.
So Tom
If I
will
could
be
ask a
surprised
question or
when
two?
the
Commissioner
increase-
Chang was starting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Tom and Lana, one of the things I was curious about was the change in value or the change in dollars from last year's amount was not very large. I'm concerned about whether this allows us to keep up with inflation and maintain current level of service for the program elements included in this agreement.
Yes, great point. It, oftentimes, we do plan on receiving level funding unless the state indicates otherwise. And sometimes if it's originally a federally sourced program, that can also affect our funding amount for the upcoming year. But certainly that is a great point, that some of the program elements do stay pretty level almost every year. So that's definitely something good to bring up with our state contacts in regards to that.
And my other question was kind of related. I know I was trying to think about, you said, well, this is sort of the this is the main piece, the main funding stream coming from OHA to the county. I do know that there was other things happening at the state level and in the legislature this year. For example, the public health modernization package that came through. So I was just wondering whether you could describe both these, the relationship of those things, basically. So if this is our core funding, how many other nifty things were happening on the side, and what did they do for us?
Yeah, sure. So one thing with modernization, that's a great example because, we discussed that a lot at our legislative meetings. And in the previous year's calendar year 2021 legislation, that's where the large amount for the biennium for modernization came through. However, they did not award the funding until January 1st, other than some carry forward money until they could determine the exact amount, just because it's passed so close to the beginning of the fiscal year. So sometimes it takes a little while for that money to trickle in, other than some funds they give us in good faith to just continue the work that we're already doing. So that's one example of how that might work. Not much occurred in this small session impacting this fiscal year. It's generally these types of things that affect the program elements take place in the big session, because then that lines up with the new biennium. So that's kind of how those things trickle through legislatively. And also just to note, like our environmental health program has its own intergovernmental agreement. So sometimes there are certain program areas that have its own existing contract, and sometimes those, like our drinking water program, used to have its own contract, and then that was put into a program element a few years back. So that can happen as well. And so there are different reasons and mechanisms, and also funding formulas. Each program area tends to have a funding formula of how do they determine the funding, whether it's population or different demographic type variables that can affect that. So that's some other things that come into this. So not every program element here has the same method for coming up why the funding is the way it is. Does that hopefully answer?
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the one sort of lingering question is, so we have this significant piece, our primary agreement with OHA. There was also public health modernization, and were there any other big things happening between the state and the county? You mentioned how that environmental health has its own separate agreement, but are there other important things that happened in the last year that we should be tracking?
This might be a good question for Lana.
Yeah.
Modernization in my realm definitely is the biggest one. So,
I know Pamela Ferguson isn't here today, but she would be able to speak to her program area and the home visiting, and the perinatal care has a program that she's starting that's getting a lot of state attention. It's a program that's just beginning. We haven't had a lot of visits that have started yet, but that would be something that's outside of this IGA. And the funding for that would be from billable services and billing out to commercial payers, Medicaid, and such.
Thank you.
And that one was another one that was going through during the 21 legislative session also, that as I recall, we supported.
What's the exact title of that program?
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't have all of the details. So I would be happy to get back to you and have Pamela provide more of that information for you.
So Tom, considering inflation being what it is, if this actually only increased $27,000 and it's a $4 million grant from OHA, so truly, do you think they're going to make up that difference with the long session?
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that we most likely will get more funding coming in through the carry forward funds. And yes, like for example, public health modernization, we know they are going to go for an increase in funding for the next biennium. So one of the things that's kind of helped us in, not a good thing for in the future, but with vacancies associated with COVID has created a vacancy savings, which has kind of helped us to balance with inflation and so forth for this fiscal year. Now, in future years, when that's not the case and we don't have the vacancy levels like we've had, then it will be an issue if we don't get funding that keeps up with inflation.
Great, so this is our big annual contract with the Oregon Health Authority. So I'll move approval of chair signature of document number 2022-550, an Oregon Health Authority agreement number 169509-9.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you for joining us today.
Yes, thanks. Great to
Pleasure
see you
to
in
be here.
person again.
Yes, in person.
Hopefully we can do that more often.
Thank you. Okay, our next item, I believe we're going to have Will and Nicole. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see you all. For the record, I'm Nicole Mardell. I'm a senior long-range planner with Deschutes County Community Development. So before you this afternoon, as you recall from last week's meeting, the board held deliberations on a remand of a plan amendment and zone change application for Tony Assetti. It's referred to as the Deschutes Junction remand. So today, we've brought you a decision for your consideration through Ordinance 2022-10. So we took some of the comments that we received from our discussion last week, incorporated in this decision. I will note that typically we do hold a standalone meeting to review the decision, but due to this expedited timeline, we sort of bundled it today. So I'm here mostly to listen to any comments that you may have on the draft decision in your packet. It is the last attachment, I believe it's Exhibit F. And so happy to hear any of your feedback. And ideally, recommended motion today is for the board to approve Ordinance 2022-10 by title only.
Has this been reviewed by the applicant's attorney and representative, the final version that they've been able to review?
The applicant has reviewed the draft decision, and the applicant's land use planner is behind me today. Pat Klewer is here.
So I guess just a nod that you've been able to review appropriately is my question. Would you say yes, Pat? That's all, yeah, just making sure.
We just want to make sure it's,
So, yeah, I'm not coming in with any, word changes or proposed changes.
Commissioner Chang, did you have any comments?
I guess I would just say, I said it at the last discussion of this ordinance, that while I'm not supportive of widespread rezones or redesignations of EFU land, I do think that this one is appropriate because of the adjacent industrial uses, because of its location at a major intersection, and because of, after the appeal hearing or deliberation we had recently, that we've learned that there will be a relatively small number of employees located at this site. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'd be happy to make a motion at this point.
Okay, thank you. If you want to go ahead and do that, that would be fine.
Okay. I move first reading of ordinance 2022-010 by title only.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Yes, it does seem appropriate where the property is located, the soils, characterization, truly that this is a way forward for that land to be used in Deschutes County. So Commissioner Chang, a vote?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. By title only, ordinance number 2022-010, approving an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural industrial, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map to change the zone designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to rural residential.
Rural industrial.
Oh, sorry. Why did I say that? Well, that was a good read, wasn't it?
Almost.
Yeah, I know. Yes, there definitely, there's too many things going on today. So, is there anything else we need to do?
Be back in 2 weeks for second reading and adoption.
Okay, great. So
Excellent.
we're going to make the deadline of August 5th.
We will. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you for
Thank you.
consolidating it so we could meet that deadline.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Nicole. Thank you, Will. Okay, next item from Behavioral Health.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Shannon Brister-August, Program Manager, or one of them with Deschutes County Behavioral Health. I'm actually sitting in for Janice Garceau, who is on a well-deserved vacation, and my colleague here, Amber Clegg. And we are here to request a consideration for an increase of a 0.5 administrative support specialist for our adult outpatient program. Let Amber take over from here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you.
So this request is for a part of a grant we received in 2019, a Promoting Integrated Primary and Behavioral Health Care grant for our adult outpatient team at the Courtney Clinic. The grant helped fund a 0.5 FTE administrative support specialist position, and this was approved through December 31st of 2023. At this point in time, we're requesting the position be increased to 1.0 FTE for the remainder of the grant. This PIP-BIC grant is underspent at this point in time of $75,406, which will help cover the increase in cost for the FTE, which would be $45,299 for the remainder 18 months of the grant.
I have a question. The wording says which will cover, but you said will help.
Well, so, excuse me, we'll cover.
Okay,
Apologize.
I just wanted to clarify if we need to put that word in there, because it does make a difference.
Makes a difference, doesn't
Yes,
it?
yes, it
So,
does.
okay, I'm just like going, well, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure. See, always adding words.
So having those $75,000 available, we're committing 45 to make this a full-time position. Is this one person's job, or does somebody already split it and we need to find the next person, or what does that look like?
Well, at this point in time, we are looking to hire. The .5 position did recently leave.
Okay.
At that point, prior to her departure, the rest of the duties that supported this team were spread out amongst other admin specialists. There was a previous consideration a couple of years ago to increase it to 1.0. For a variety of reasons, that wasn't pursued at that time, but the increase in administrative duties has really meant that we needed a 1.0 FTE to support these programs.
Promoting integrated primary and behavioral health care. So just getting the acronym down here.
Yes.
Pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I ask what the vision is for this position after December 31st, 2023? Would the hope be to continue this as a 1.0 FTE, or to go back to 0.5? Does it depend on funding?
Yes, I think it depends on a variety of things. I think we will evaluate over the next year and a half whether the 1.0 FTE was indeed needed. We'll certainly evaluate their duties and their ability to keep up with the demand for the adult outpatient program. I think we'll also continue to look and pursue grants such as the CCBHC no-cost extension grants that are available to us to apply for. In addition, of course, we'll continue to look at our revenue and whether or not we have the funds to support the position at a 1.0 FTE if we do not obtain any other funding for this particular program.
I think what I'd add is just that with any grant comes a lot of reporting, and so if we did not continue with this grant, then we would look at whether or not this reduced the need for reporting and the requirement for this position. But with grants comes that administrative overhead and requirements to support.
Is the current grant expire December 31st, 23? So the whole effort right now is funded to that.
Correct.
Okay.
And so you are actually looking for a new person? Is that the way I understand it?
We are at this point in time waiting to see if this is approved, and then we
So you
would
get
be
a
able
whole
to,
person.
we would be able to,
Get the
yes.
whole person, not just part of a person, just the whole person. That's
Right.
Exactly.
And this is just for discussion today and support to bring back? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's the idea, so that we can, from today, if approved, then we would recruit.
And we would see a consent agenda item, though, for
next
the
week.
FTE?
Yes.
Good. Commissioner Chang, are you supportive?
I'm supportive.
Okay, good. So I think,
I am also.
please do bring it to our consent agenda then for next week.
Perfect.
Here we go.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioners.
Thank
Have a
you.
great afternoon.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I believe Nathan and Ed, Keith should be on our screen. Okay. So, do you want to, I'll just bring up Ed then?
Yeah, just, he's there.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Ed.
Hi, Commissioners. Ed Keith, County Forester. It looks like Nathan hasn't joined us yet, so I'll just proceed and hopefully answer any questions that may have been for Nathan. But I will just start us off by saying that this is bringing back a order from something we discussed last week. So this is basically a response plan for unprotected lands. Those lands within the county that do not fall within the jurisdiction of the Oregon Department of Forestry or a structural fire protection district. So they may have some level of protection, and with that I'm referring to they may be within lands of a Rangeland Fire Protection Association, but for the purposes of structural protection, there is no responding entity. So So just want to be clear on the lands that we're speaking of. The jurisdictions are generally, the larger portions are in the far east part of the county, Brothers, Milliken, Hampton area, and then the kind of north central part of the county between Redmond and Sisters, that what's commonly referred to as Lower Bridge. So again, you might recall we had the Grandview fire last year that threatened the Lower Bridge area, and we were kind of caught somewhat off guard by the state fire marshal responding and asking for a delegation from the county. So the purpose of this process is to kind of be a little bit more clear and have a little bit more of a well-defined process for how should a fire like that happen in the future that threatened a significant amount of structures that would require a state fire marshal response, that we'd have a way of requesting that support from the state, where there is no other entity that has the ability to request that. So don't want to restate too much of what we did last week, but in a lot of places, this request would normally come from a structural fire protection district like a Sisters Camp Sherman or a Cloverdale or a Redmond or a Bend or Lapine. Here there is no entity to make that, so they're asking that the county make that request. The request then still comes through the County Fire Defense Board chief. And in that case this year it's Chief Roger Johnson with Sisters Camp Sherman, but that does rotate from year to year. And then those requests are at the discretion of the fire marshal, approved for their response at the expense of the state. So the notion last week was to come back to the commissioners with an order, and hopefully we captured that conversation accurately as far as the procedures that we would follow. We could become aware of a fire in those lands from a variety of sources, but typically like an adjoining fire district or the fire defense board chief would be possibly, in an example, in contact with Nathan as the emergency manager. They would confer that, yeah, that looks like a significant threat to a number of structures. We want to go ahead and make that request to the state fire marshal. They make that request. The state fire marshal then, if they would approve that, would come back to the county and ask us to sign a delegation, which is attached as an additional exhibit to this order. Just as an example, that's been provided by the state fire marshal's office as their typical kind of template of delegation. And then we would bring that back for a full board approval at your next meeting. So hopefully that's what's kind of was discussed last week and in this order, but I would open it up to any clarifications or questions. And I see that Nathan has joined us as well.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for that information. I do know that the Office of Emergency Management was having a meeting today in Sisters. Now, is there anyone that actually lives in Bend that serves on that board?
I was not aware of that meeting, but Nathan may have been.
Okay, because I met a couple of them this morning at 7. So I said, would you just please stay in Sisters for the next 2 months so that we don't have problems here? Because if they're here, we won't have a problem, right?
Sure.
So Nathan, what do you think?
Hey, good afternoon. Sorry, the board. You're very efficient today. I was just getting on when I found out you started the topic. Meeting in Sisters is the group of regional coordinators from Oregon, now Department of Emergency Management, and they were having their a meeting of all coordinators from around the state. I did get a chance to meet with them. Some of our counterparts from Crick and Jefferson met with them yesterday. So, sorry I was a little tardy, but it sounds like Ed covered it well, and just wanted to make help craft us a procedure that is easier for all parties concerned.
So in the big picture, these are unprotected lands that don't have structural protection. So during an event, and this has just been stated, nobody's coming. So now we're delegating authority that I mean, it really isn't there, but the resources are available during wildfire events now. So is this a new resource or a new policy at the state level that even empowered this? Because, as I say, I was in the room last year when we did this in Sisters, but I was kind of scratching my head as it happened too, saying, yeah, well, if you have a fire truck and there's fire going towards a building, let's get something around it if possible, if the resources are available. So, yeah, what's the kind of the legal step that we're fixing here? I mean, if I'm being clear
Right.
on a question. So the delegation of authority. Thank you. Are we giving some kind of a legal umbrella or coverage or anything when this happens?
We did have quite a bit of back and forth discussion with the Office of State Fire Marshal, actually, as far as making sure we were clear with them that the county does not have any authority or jurisdiction for providing that structural protection. And it did actually, I think, go up to the deputy chief level to make sure that they were clear at all levels, because that actually was not clear at the local level.
Okay.
When we kind of began this conversation with them on the need for a more clear process. So there isn't an expectation at the State Fire Marshal's office that we're providing some level of structural protection and we're handing that off to them. They are just asking, because there is no other entity or political subdivision that has any responsibility or jurisdiction out in those lands, that they receive that request from the county. I do think that at one time Nathan did some research on a statute that says, generally counties have some general responsibility for areas, but we're definitely not saying that we have any kind of liability to provide that structural protection. They just don't have anyone else to turn to make that request. So they're just asking us to make a request at no cost or liability necessarily to us, but because there's no other legal entity out there to make a request.
So it's just kind of so I'm wondering how legal this is. Is it more of a courtesy, the fact that we are in your jurisdiction doing fire? So Dave might.
Bit of that. It's also, the county has general police powers over lands within its jurisdiction, and I can't speak for the Department of Justice, and I'm sure they're behind this to a certain level, but yeah, I think a lot more of it's more window dressing than anything really substantive, but if it makes them comfortable and a little more willing to come in and engage, then it's a win-win for everybody.
And I agree, it's a win-win, so that's good. Okay. Well, and I know there's legislative efforts to make sure all lands are covered in some fire response, so that's a bigger picture item also, the next step.
Yes, that is coming by 2026. So more to learn on that in the fairly near future. There's not a lot of direction on what that looks like, but yeah, that is coming.
Well, there'll probably be some legislative discussions when they're in session. All right.
My one question about this is, I'm hoping, Ed and Nathan, for you guys to just kind of describe in real time, like, how this all works. Like, fire starts, it's in an unprotected area. What happens, who talks to who, and what decisions get made. So, I mean, you did a great job of laying this out in this document, but can you just kind of walk us through a real-time scenario?
Yeah, I can maybe walk through that scenario. So, for example, there's kind of two scenarios that seem to happen. One is a fire starts on some sort of protection. So we could use the Grandview fire last year as an example. That started combination of, I think, Crooked River National Grasslands and Oregon Department of Forestry protection. And then that began to threaten unprotected areas. So when the state fire marshal resources came in and requested delegation authority, they requested that since unprotected lands were also threatened, that they would pull the unprotected lands as part of the whole incident, and that's when they requested a quote-unquote request and then a signed delegation of authority. So that's probably historically the most common scenario, I think, around the state, is kind of a large incident that starts to threaten unprotected lands. Another scenario would be a fire starts in or under protected areas, say Lower Bridge, and it's clearly spreading. It's going to escape initial containment. It's going to threaten multiple, large area. And basically the recognition is that if we can get some resources real fast, maybe potentially limit the spread and scope of that fire and protect property, that request would likely either would come because county staff, whether sheriff's office or forestry, is already engaged because we're aware of it. That request would then, we would talk with the county fire defense board chief or the on-call duty officer for the fire defense board chief, make a determination, or probably at their recommendation, that state resources would be advantageous to limit the size and scope of the fire or to protect properties, and then make that request. At that point, then county administration would need to be notified, knowing that possibly a delegation of authority might be coming later. I hope that kind of lays out a couple likely scenarios.
And then when you give that signal to county administration, what are all the things that happen on our end?
I would say, would maybe defer to Ed or on this, but I would say typically it's notification first, so that the commissioners are aware, and the county administration is aware. Potentially some public information sharing would be occurring through Whitney and her team, but then also ultimately determining who is going to be available and to sign a delegation if necessary, and identify when that meeting would be to have the signer of the delegation, be present at an in-brief meeting. If typically, and I think staff can assist either from the Sheriff's Office Emergency Management Program or Ed and his team could probably assist with helping with some of those, getting information for the in-briefing. But usually that signer of that delegation authority would be present at that in-briefing of a team coming in, have an opportunity to give some insight into values at risk in Deschutes County that, the county is most concerned about, some direction towards incident priorities and things like that, and then sign that delegation. And then somebody from the county would be expected to attend cooperator meetings and or planning meetings as needed for the duration of that incident. Did I miss anything, Ed?
No, I would just add, we try to communicate with the board through the administrator as incidents emerge across the county, regardless of jurisdiction, so that you're aware of them. And so hopefully, I could, for the majority of incidents, this may not even be the first time that you heard of it. It may be kind of emerging. You might hear about it, and then, it's going to escape initial attack. We would try to provide notices as things progress, so that you're not caught by surprise. And then I would say, typically we do have some time, because a lot of those resources are mobilized from other parts of the state. We're looking at from the time we might notify you of a pending request to the time that we're doing an in-briefing, and maybe 6 to 12 hours in a lot of cases by the time that in-briefing of that transfer of command actually takes place. But I think Nathan covered it pretty well.
Okay, so Ed, I have a question. Do we have fire vehicles, people at the fairgrounds like we had last year? Are they staging here at all?
Not at this time, unless
When are
that's
they
something
projected
that's.
to stage here? Or are they
There's a
gonna wait
possibility
for the
that they would be during like a severity situation, a lightning bust or other. But I don't think that we're at that point at this point in time of the progression of the season. Wouldn't be surprised if we're there by August or so, but partially dependent on forecasted lightning is a lot of times when those resources get triggered.
Okay.
Well, I'm real comfortable with this. We've had some real good communication paths during events. Sometimes it's a text from county administrator real quick saying something's evolving, and then an email following with more details. And then, as I say, this procedure as defined in this this document talks about commissioners ratify the signature of county designee at the next meeting. So as long as it can be done real time on the ground, then we can acknowledge it as it's happening as fast as we can.
And that reminds me of something that's really, well, especially people are aware of it with gas prices being so horrible at this moment, but keep your gas tank half full, because that Sunday, I think it was July 11th, I could see the Grandview fire perfectly from my house, and I drove to Redmond because my tank wasn't half full, and then the fire looked really big. So just reminding the community, don't drive around on empty if you can at all afford to at least keep a half a tank full. Just helps you in an emergency situation.
I guess I would just say I'm really glad that all these opportunities to coordinate in fire response are happening, and glad that this putting this piece in place will help to streamline that a little bit. With that, I'll move board approval of Order 2022-037, in order delegating authority to request state resources for wildfires on unprotected lands.
I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair definitely votes yes on this. I'm glad the state is going to have resources for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Nathan. Okay, so looks like item 7 will be starting at 2 p.m. Do we have any other items at this time?
None from me.
What?
None from me.
Okay, I know we have a letter. I believe it came from Christy. Is that something that we could do at this moment?
Let me see if Christy's available to come over.
It was a letter supporting Rick Russell's program.
Oh. I just followed up. She was monitoring the board's meeting, and I'd imagine she'll be over shortly, but if you want to review the draft now, I'm happy
Okay.
to take notes as you run through that.
Okay. Does everyone have a copy of that letter?
I didn't bring a copy, but I did see it real quick on my computer.
Okay,
Our way over.
all right.
So, and we've committed funding, so this really is the backup acknowledging our partnership.
Right. Commissioner Chang, do you have a copy of the letter?
Pulling it up right now, and likewise, I reviewed it, and I'm supportive of us essentially putting in writing what we already committed to in dollars.
Okay,
So yeah, as I said, I didn't
So I
prepare
think-
any word changes, but
okay. So we should be okay then. Sounds like we're all fine with,
was Chrissy going to try to get online or come across the street?
I believe Christy's on her way across the street.
Okay.
let's hope she's
Because
not
we'll be
working too
done.
fast.
Well, so let me acknowledge, I just have other items real quick. Sun River Lapine Economic Development Board meeting on Tuesday at noon. That was yesterday at noon. Good group. There's a lot of activity. Folks are really looking at, business. There's business activity discussions all over the place. And it just feels like something might come into place, and especially with the cost of fuel, there's always naturally been a set of employed people that are commuting, so the dynamics are changing for people looking for jobs in the southern Deschutes County also, instead of having to commute 30 or 40 miles each day. So we'll see where all that goes. That's kind of the big picture. And then also last night, Historical Society Board meeting. So I'm attending those as an ex officio member. Interesting discussion because Kelly Cannon Miller joined the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting that was in this room on Monday night about Peterson Rock Garden. And the big picture there is, it sounds like the people that want to purchase it, so it's just information, I think this was discussed Monday night, are advocates of the historicalness of the site. So the value right now is to get a transaction between two people, it's a private transaction, and show support for the site. That's Peterson Rock Garden, which we've heard a little bit about from some different people here. So I think those are the last two things I had done.
Okay. And I do want to mention that Route 31, which goes from Lapine to Sun River, I did actually speak in person to Tammy Bainey yesterday by accident and reminded her of how important that route is, because that's for people that work, and especially with gas prices being what they are. And she said, for the community, if I can find some bus drivers, they don't have to have their CDL license, they have small vehicles, and she recognizes and acknowledges the importance of keeping that route going for people that are working in Sun River. So hopefully something good will happen. And then,
Well, along those lines, the transit center in Lapine between 97 and Huntington on 4th Street is being built out right now. Remember, this was a city contract supported by a bunch of entities, ODOT and everybody. So the city of Lapine does have the contract. Concrete curbs, sidewalks are going in. I'm sure it's going to be asphalt coated. So there'll be a welcoming parking spot for that route too. So that's another phase that's going to really empower that.
okay. And then Monday night, the Fair Association did have their meeting. I think we're less than 25 days to the fair, something like that. The association is incredibly well organized, working together quite nicely, and really looking forward to the fair and the rodeo and all the a lot of new things that they have implemented into the program this year. So it should be really fun, and we're really looking forward to that event the first week of August. So thank you to the Fair Association and for Kerry Penhallo's leadership. I believe he's doing an excellent job. But they are looking for someone to run the goat barn. So they've checked with Jefferson County, they're checking with Crook County. Okay, if you know of anybody that has goats and would love to run that barn, that would help the team.
An old-time 4-H'er that wants to get back into it?
Yes. I never had goats.
Me neither.
I only had sheep. So anyway, I think that's beyond my pay grade, running the goat barn.
So
Commissioner Chang.
I'll just report back that yesterday, late afternoon, before I was notified that I had had a COVID exposure, I went to the Envision Bend media event where they launched their online survey and are launching a whole bunch of community forums to engage the public, both within Bend and in the greater Bend area, in contributing to the next vision for the Bend area. And so that there are a tremendous amount of opportunities for people to provide their input into that process to help articulate what they want to see for their community in the future. So there's that. And earlier in the day, I participated in a field trip with the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project to review the West Bend project. Some of you may be aware that there was a one unit on that project that was pretty controversial over the winter into the spring. So the goal of this field trip was to reaffirm the agreement, the kind of shared vision among a bunch of really diverse stakeholders, so that the Deschutes Collaborative could speak with a unified voice to the public and continue to promote active forest restoration particularly in the dry pine forests that surround the settled communities in Deschutes County.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Christy, would you like to, we discussed your letter as you were walking across the street.
We did discuss it.
Well, we did, and everyone is very happy, I believe, to sign it. And, we are supporting the Mountain View Fellowship Church Safe Parking Program. In fact, talked to some people that were with the program on Friday night and said, I was really hoping that the next parking lot that they get, they can bring families in. I just thought that was, they hadn't done that yet, and I was really hoping that that could be a bit of a add-on to the program that they're doing. Is there any?
So Commissioner Chang had it up on his computer, and Commissioner Dare has a copy of it, and I was able to review it. So, just, as we asked you to come over here, we all determined we're supportive of the letter, so just letting you know now.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
So we'll route this over to Sharon Keith just to add the board signature block and have you sign. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. All right.
Thanks, Chris.
So to formalize it, I'll move approval of that letter. I guess I don't know the specifics now, sorry.
Oh, here are the specifics.
So this is going to be a letter to the Mountain View Fellowship Church, Rick Russell, in support of the safe parking program that we've funded previously. That was my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Thanks, Christy. All right, so we will start at 2 for our public hearing in a few minutes. Just a quick break.
Minute break. Everybody's focused.
Good idea. Okay. It's a minute to go.
Oh, no, I meant the other bus.
Oh, okay. Stephanie, are we ready? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. Okay, we will reconvene Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners meeting on July 13, 2022, and we will now open our public hearing. And let me read you some documentation on our hearing today. The scope of this public hearing is to singularly determine whether the commissioners should refer a measure to the ballot in November, which, if approved by the voters, would prohibit psilocybin operations within unincorporated Deschutes County. The measure would not impact psilocybin operation within the incorporated cities. Each person wishing to testify will have 3 minutes in which to do so. These are the procedures for today. At the start of the hearing on Zoom, the panelists will be the Board of County Commissioners and staff only. Attendees will be general public and media. Testimony is allowed for 3 minutes, and the time clock will be displayed on the television monitors, which you see now. The Board of County Commissioners Chair will call for public testimony in the following order. Attendees participating by attending in person, that will be first. Number 2, attendees participating through Zoom conference call will be second. And third will be attendees participating via phone call, which Stephanie will help organize for us. For those in the room, please fill out a blue request to speak form that is located near the door in the wooden tray and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please have a seat at the testimony table. At the beginning of your testimony, please state your name and address. For those participating via Zoom, once your name is called, you will be elevated from attendee status to panelist, and the audio will be unmuted. Once your testimony is over, you will be returned to attendee status. For those participating via Zoom using a phone number, the last 4 digits of the attendee's number will be announced and will be elevated to panelist status with audio unmuted. Once your testimony is over, you will be returned to attendee status. Okay, so those are the rules. We see our 3-minute clock, and we, let's see, Dave, is there anything you would like to add at this moment?
Other than to just point out, this is the time for the public hearing. I believe you've opened it. You've given the ground rules for the public hearing. The testimony is limited to 3 minutes. There is a clock up on the board, and we'd certainly ask that people honor that. To the extent that you agree with what someone said ahead of you, you can just simply say, I agree with what so-and-so said. You don't have to necessarily repeat what so-and-so said if you're comfortable saying, I agree with what so-and-so said. It's the weight of, I think, the testimony that the board's looking for and what people have to say, and not the numbers or the volume necessarily. And just to be, for clarification's sake, this process was expressly authorized in the ballot measure 109. I think some folks that have sent in communications might not have been fully aware of that, but ballot measure 109 did provide for local jurisdictions to provide a referral to the voters to potentially opt out of these type of operations. And so this isn't anything unique that Deschutes County is doing. This was provided for in the actual ballot measure that folks voted on at the state level. So I would just clarify that.
Thank you, Dave.
So a couple other notes. The Board of Commissioners has, this topic was brought up to us on June 1st. We had an agenda item which does include the ballot measure, so it's available on our website under the June 1st meeting. Also, June 13th is where we started to talk about, this is a land use issue. The domain of land use is what we're here to talk about today, because it's not a vote to, take away this opportunity statewide or even, for services. It's just the land use in the rural county is the topic that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you so much.
If I could just add to that, I just want to emphasize that I think some of our significant concerns about this ballot measure are land use related, because the state has not completed its rulemaking yet, which leaves us uncertain about what the potential land use implications of Measure 109 implementation might be. But I do believe that we are going to hear from some of the people giving testimony today about their visions for what psilocybin facilities might look like, which will clarify a little bit for us what the land use implications might be. And I also just want to say that Deschutes County, besides being the land use authority in the unincorporated county, is also the behavioral health authority, the local mental health authority, community mental health authority for the entirety of Deschutes County, including the incorporated areas. And I believe we have a responsibility as the community mental health authority to consider all of the potential therapies, treatments, medications that might be available or accessible to our community to address the kinds of behavioral health concerns that they have. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Okay, so do we have any blue sheets filled out?
We don't, but I'm happy to come collect them. So if you have a blue request to speak form, you can go ahead and hand that to me.
And please remember, identify your name and your address when you are testifying first, so it goes into our public record.
And thank you for joining us, everyone.
Yes. Okay. Oh, right. Let's do that. If we could call two at a time, so the first person can speak, and then we'll go to the second one, and that will help save motion time today. So if Christopher Maddox wants to come up, and Chad Kuski, sorry, one of you can be first.
And the microphones pick up pretty well, so
Yes.
just you can kind of put them towards your mouth, but you don't need to get real close to them.
Sure thing. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there you go.
I don't know.
Siri can hear you.
Something went wrong.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chad Kuski. Address is 84 Weatherstone, Lake Oswego, Oregon, 97035. I'm a retired Navy SEAL. I was a key endorser for Measure 109. I spent 18 and a half years in the Navy, and I did 12 combat deployments, after which I was suffering from PTSD, anxiety, depression, and a major substance abuse disorder, using cocaine, heroin, and alcohol, trying to medicate myself. I was completely lost and hopeless, and I felt totally disconnected from the world, from my loved ones, from life, and I didn't see a way out. After 2.5 years of seeking and hearing optimistic things about treatment with psilocybin, a former teammate of mine connected me to a program down in Mexico. 2.5 months later, I was able to travel down to Mexico and go through a psilocybin treatment, and it absolutely radically transformed my life in one weekend. It's been a lot of work since, integrating everything that I gained from that experience, but it helped me to defeat the battle with addiction. It helped me to regain my life back, to find happiness and joy, and to start healing. Subsequently, after a year of diligent work and being on the healing process myself, I felt ready and in a position to go back and to pay that forward to other teammates. So I ended up working back at this retreat center in Mexico for about a year. During that time there, I witnessed firsthand upwards of 200 of my former teammates, who were all experiencing very similar things as I was, find healing with psilocybin. We also were able to treat their spouses and significant others, and they were able to find healing as well. I think it's a tragedy that veterans that serve here in this country have to travel to other countries to go find this amazing medicine healing opportunity. If you're a veteran struggling with TBI, PTSD, a lot of the issues that come along with that, going to a foreign country can be a monumentally terrifying thing to do, especially when you're going to embark on a healing journey. I think it's so crucial that these services are safely offered here in a safe and secure setting with people that care and are knowledgeable and can help people find healing. Not just for veterans, but for anyone who's suffering. Mental health here in Oregon is, I think, rated second worst in the nation, and this is an amazing, amazing medicine opportunity. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Okay, the next person to come up would be Carnahan, Benjamin Carnahan, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Christopher.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Christopher Maddox, and I live at 3749 Southwest Badger Avenue in Redmond, Oregon. And I also am a former Navy SEAL. I served from 2005 to 2016, and I was medically retired in 2016. Multiple combat deployments, multiple combat operations, and I was also a lead medic and a lead breacher. And towards the end of my career, I was trying to find help, basically kind of lost my purpose. I also started suffering from substance use disorder, was diagnosed with PTSD and substance use disorder, and I was struggling. I had no purpose. I had no way out is what I felt. And basically, I've tried every Western-based approach to medicine and to healing everything that I was suffering through. And, I could maintain periods of sobriety. I was on 12 different medications at the start of January 2021. I was actually currently in a 30-day rehab facility. And when I say I've tried everything, I've checked myself into hospitals over 4 different times. I've had multiple different psychiatrists, and I've tried everything from cognitive processing therapy to cognitive behavioral therapy to talk therapy, equine therapy, canine therapy, you name it, I've done it. And it would help for a while, but it was almost like a surface level kind of healing. It wasn't really getting to the nature of it. And something that I've studied with, it's basically Special Operations Forces have a profound way to basically deal with combat stress and psychological warfare. So then trying to take these types of approaches to healing, they can also be very resistant to that as well. So I was in a facility, and somebody reached out to me, a former teammate, and he's like, what if I could tell you there's something that could potentially heal you from this? I ended up going down to Mexico as well, and I tried psilocybin, and within 4 days of the treatment, I was completely revolutionized in every aspect. I've been off my medication, all of them, since April. Maintained a steady job, family, everything's great, and I feel like I'm me again. And the biggest thing the biggest take back for me is it was hard having to go there. It was hard having to get on a plane. I almost didn't make it. Flew to San Diego, and I was ready to check myself in a mental hospital because I thought I was crazy. I was like, what is this going to do? And when I was able to kind of overcome the fear of it and actually get down there and allow this medicine to work, it was mind-changing. It was a complete game changer for me. So having that available here in Deschutes County with all the people suffering from it, in unincorporated Deschutes County, it's like I don't have to leave my home. And I've been here since 2019, and I love this place. And there's so many other people suffering from it that I feel could be greatly affected. So that's all I really have to say, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for sharing.
Christopher, do you live in Redmond?
I do, yes, that's correct.
I'll write that down.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today. Okay, it looks like Adam Datir. Next person, after Benjamin.
Hi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Benjamin Carnahan. My address is 623 Southeast 6th Street in Bend, Oregon, 97702. I, too, am a Navy veteran. I was a Navy chaplain for 6 years. I have non-combat PTSD and vicarious PTSD from all the counseling that I was doing. The Navy tried to treat that with medications, and I went through almost a year of trying every combination and dose and different medication for my PTSD, to absolutely no success and sometimes worsening it. Since leaving the Navy, I've tried EMDR along with various talk therapies, Also, a lot of CBD, which I am thankful is legal here in Oregon. CBD is the only thing that's really helped, but all it really does is help me sleep, and it takes the edge off the anxiety. It doesn't cure anything. I have been in contact with numerous veterans who have used psilocybin very successfully, and I think it is borderline criminal that the VA is not prescribing psilocybin to every veteran with PTSD. Also, it's my understanding that the footprint of the facilities, as well as their water use, is extremely minimal, and so I see no reason why this should be allowed in Deschutes County. I'd also like to thank the 2 veterans who came before me and echo what they said. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Okay, thank you, Benjamin. Okay, Piper Lucas, do you want to come up with Adam?
Yeah, my name is Adam DeHeer, for the record. Thank you. And reside at 670 Southeast Glencoe Place in Bend, Oregon here. And I want to start off by thanking the veterans that shared their stories today. I'm fortunate enough to not have had to go through those traumas myself. I'm a CEO of a local business here, and I'm very active in the Oregon entrepreneurship and sustainability community. And I here am really just to draw attention to what I find is a breakdown in the democratic process that's going on. I'd like to just begin by clarifying a few points. Do the commissioners here know the percentage of the voters that elected them in each of their cases? As a reminder, Phil, you were elected by 52.3%. Tony, you were elected by 51.2%, and Patty, you were elected by 50.5%. And do you know what percentage of the voters in Deschutes County voted to pass Measure 109? It's 52.8%. So there's actually more support for this measure in this county than for any one of you as county commissioners. So should we have a recall for your positions? Because that kind of seems absurd and a waste of our time. This is an example of the wastefulness of government in my eyes. Voters have already told you what we want, and it's your job to administer our decisions. And it reflects this smug belief that politicians oftentimes have that they know better for their constituents than what the constituents tell them they want. This is an obstruction of democracy. And if you don't see that, and if you want to take up our time to fight this issue with your personal fears of and misunderstandings, it neglects your duty to serve at the pleasure of the county. Please don't be tone deaf to this need for innovative medical treatment. And please stop wasting our time to have to come out here and say again what we want. This is not a good use of government. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adam?
Thank you, Adam.
Piper, is it IoT?
Piper, oh, sorry.
No, Piper,
the
yeah,
next
you're
person.
next, but I'm just asking for the next person to come up. It looks like it's an I or a J, Y-O-T-I.
There.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it a J? Is your name, does it start with a J?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, Piper?
Hi, my name is Piper Lucas, and I live at 65729 Old Bend Redmond Highway in Tumalo. And I have lived here for 18 years and contributed to the community with architectural services, both commercial and residential. We have heard a lot from our veterans. Thank you for coming and and giving your testimony. And we're going to hear about the health benefits. And I would like to say I personally have gone through a guided psilocybin journey and had an incredible breakthrough, which talk therapy could not get me through. So I have a personal experience with it as well. I've had the opportunity to travel to different countries and visit psychedelic healing retreat centers. As an architectural designer, I am keenly interested in how the spaces are arranged and what services are necessary for a safe and impactful session, and where these retreat centers are located in neighborhoods. I've also been speaking with a few business owners around the state about their future service centers and what services they are hoping to provide for their clients and communities. There appear to be 3 different types of service centers that you could expect to see. Urban, inside an urban center that's probably going to look like a therapy center. Rural, that's more like a retreat center. And clinical for the end-of-life care that might look more like in a hospital setting. All 3 are completely different and attract and serve a different clientele. The urban service center would look like a therapist's office near an urban core. I anticipate these to be in existing office buildings, not necessarily medical in nature. I know there are a few therapists in Bend who are hoping to offer psilocybin in their offices. I have some information about a service center I visited in San Francisco. Just to kind of give you an idea of what it could look like and where it is.
Do you have a copy for Phil too?
I do, yeah. He got it by email.
Okay, thank you.
This is completely incognito from the street. You can kind of see the top left picture shows there's nothing that would be any different from the businesses next to it. You could, in the Lux statement, if someone wanted to, provide a smaller sign or include something in the sign ordinance if that were needed. If there were going to be outdoor spaces, I've heard this has been a concern, you could also require that there be a privacy fence to make neighbors feel a little bit more comfortable. So that is one of the treatment centers I could foresee happening. And the second one is a retreat center in the rural areas. And this is one in Lane County.
Okay.
There's a potential as well.
Okay.
These are very different. Back to the mic. These are very different in nature because it will probably require overnight stays. And so with our current planning division, it's difficult for that to meet into our zoning ordinances. And I would strongly recommend a conditional use permit process for these rural service centers. I personally believe that all 3 are extremely necessary because they reach very different clientele and would allow people living in cities more accessibility going to the urban centers, and then allow people traveling from afar places to come and visit and safely take psilocybin.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Piper, thank you for your.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Coming in and bringing these.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like Sarah Abedi.
Thank you. My name is Jyoti Ma, and I'm a former outpatient treatment center owner focused in the treatment of post-traumatic stress and addiction. For 35 years, I've been involved in the healing business as both a clinical director and as a chief executive in a variety of treatment settings. I am also a veteran of the U.S. Army, Vietnam era, and I'm also the widow of a career military man who served 3 tours in Vietnam and died from post-traumatic stress and alcoholism. Back then, there was no understanding of trauma. There were limited treatments, but I became an up-and-coming expert and ended up serving a wide variety of people in an outpatient trauma treatment center for a period of 15 years. I focus on first responders in treatment, including firefighters, paramedics, police officers, sheriff's department. I have training through the FBI and a variety of other professional organizations for the critical incident debriefing stress, and I've responded to numerous mass shootings and disasters all over the country. I focus also on emergency medical personnel, emergency room doctors, healthcare workers, and veterans. I came to Oregon because they made psilocybin legal, and I have an interest in creating a consciousness center that employs clinical therapists with a medical director, somewhat modeled on the outpatient and inpatient treatment centers that I've owned in the past, but with additional opportunities for people to get that next level of awareness that these medicines can bring. This is a very important opportunity for everyone in the community, for mental health services to expand, for veterans to do retreats here in Deschutes County instead of in other countries. So I know that the county has a strong commitment to veterans and first responders, and it seems an ideal match for me to offer these guys and girls, women that serve, the opportunity to have a retreat here in Oregon where psilocybin is legal. I hope you'll give me that opportunity. I've been very involved in watching the rulemaking through the Psilocybin Advisory Board and Oregon Psilocybin Services. I'm very impressed with what they've created because honestly, I know that these medicines need to be handled in a very safe and professional manner. And one thing I'm really grateful for is that everyone I've met who wants to be involved in this are professionals. They are clinicians, they are medical doctors, they're nurse practitioners, hospice workers, and veterans specialists. I will note that I've been very impressed with the advocacy of former Energy Secretary Rick Perry. He's a very strong advocate for these treatments and for legalizing these services. He's been a great inspiration for me and for a lot of my clients. With the rise in stress and isolation that we saw coming out of the pandemic measures that put a burden on people in many different ways, there couldn't really be a better time to have these services coming online. They're very healing. They help people, transform themselves in ways that would take years of clinical therapy. The research is very compelling, but I want to focus a little bit on a service center and how they work. A client would come to the center.
Well, let's acknowledge time, just to.
Yes,
Because if we're not careful, this could just expand into way into the evening or whatever. So I'm just acknowledging time here.
Are you
Okay.
going to submit?
I would just say that the licensing rules are very good and that clients can't get access unless they pass a screening, and they're not there just to get a dose. They're there for the treatment.
And what's your address? Where do you?
Yes, is your?
My address is 3500 West Hills Terrace
West?
in Medford.
Medford,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank
So
you.
much. And if you want to submit written testimony, that would be great.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Okay, Sarah, you're next.
Hello.
And then I would like to call up Elaine Marshall.
So just acknowledging, I mean, we are here for testimony. As I say, 3 minutes, you can get a lot of information out, and we'll go till 4 o'clock now and start at 5:30, and we'll go as long as we need tonight. I'm just acknowledging, if everybody adds an extra minute, it'll just keep expanding. We've got to be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. So my address is 19610 Apache Road, Bend, Oregon.
Is this Sarah?
Sarah, yes.
Okay, it says Pronghorn Club Drive.
No. Sorry, that was a mistaken one. Yeah, that was. This is the correct address.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
But is this what you wrote?
That was we shouldn't have turned it in. That was a different paper. I can bring you another paper.
Okay.
I apologize.
But your name's Sarah.
Sarah, yes.
Okay, we've got that right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we have that, and I'll give you another one.
If you want to do a new paper, that
Sure.
would be great.
I'll bring one in. So my name is Dr. Sarah Betty. I am an emergency medicine physician and a current clinical researcher focused on psychedelic therapies. I have served as a facilitator for the FDA Phase 2 clinical trial using psilocybin to treat major depressive disorder. And the FDA has granted breakthrough therapy status to psilocybin, attesting to the promise of the early clinical research potential for treating these serious conditions. I've also worked extensively with veterans suffering from PTSD at the VA. And through a recent collaboration with other researchers at the VA hospital, we have started a new West Coast VA center investigating psychedelics to treat mental health disorders with our veterans. We currently have 3 funded studies at this VA center, and this comes after a 6-decade hiatus with experimental psychedelic therapy and research at the VA. In my 12 years of training to become a doctor, I personally have not seen any medicine with this potential. And I wanted to talk a bit about the promise of these medicines from the perspective of a doctor, a scientist, and someone committed to safe research-based treatment modalities. And I also want to emphasize the importance of accessibility. When our patients have depression, PTSD, and other mental health issues, they should not, and many times cannot, physically travel long distances to get accessible healing modalities. First, these medicines have an excellent safety record when used in a correct setting. They also show that they're non-addictive, non-toxic, and virtually impossible to overdose. In research at Johns Hopkins, 2 doses of the psychedelic psilocybin given with supportive psychotherapy produced rapid and large reduction of depressive symptoms, with half of the study participants no longer having depression at all in the 4-week follow-up. Following up some of these patients in the future, they saw that these benefits lasted for a year, and this was only 1 dose. The magnitude of these effects is about 4 times larger than anything we've seen in any clinical trial with traditional antidepressants on the market. When we compare this to traditional antidepressants standard, we see that this can take months to take into effect and require daily use, whereas psilocybin has the potential to relieve symptoms with just 1 or 2 treatments. And we're also seeing incredible promise using these plant medicines for other end-of-life treatments as well.
Okay. Your time is up.
Time is up, thank you.
I do have a question. Where
Yeah.
is the new West Coast VA Center that you were referring to?
There's one in Portland and then the West Los Angeles VA Center. So
West
it's a
LA and then
collaboration.
Portland?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. And if you do, could you do a new form?
Yes,
then,
I'll
please?
take care of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so it looks like Greg Logan, if you want to come up, and Elaine, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elaine, and I'm at 2543 Northwest Ivy Way in Redmond. So the path of my life was permanently altered about 8 years ago when I discovered the therapeutic powers of psilocybin and other psychedelics to lift lifelong depression and PTSD. In my role of organizing educational events for about 4 years to raise awareness about psychedelic research, I heard tons of amazing stories of how psilocybin changed lives. Like the guy who was kidnapped and held hostage while traveling in Egypt, leaving him with crippling PTSD that he resolved through psilocybin therapy, or the professional MMA fighter who began developing early dementia from all his head injuries. He completely recovered his brain health through psilocybin therapy. There was my friend left with severe migraines after brain surgery. Psilocybin therapy was so effective in managing his pain that he started a group teaching other chronic pain sufferers how to use it. There was the young woman who kicked her alcohol addiction and another her bulimia, and the stories go on and on and on. But for every story, there were tons more people who were horrified that to access this therapy, they had to figure out how to buy and use an illegal drug on their own, or as others have mentioned, travel to another country to unknown centers. And these are regular working people, seniors, and desperate parents looking for help for their adult sons and daughters. I have a friend with permanent hearing loss from her antidepressant. I had a neighbor who killed himself after starting his antidepressant. I know a young man left with years of debilitating insomnia from withdrawals from his anxiety meds that were prescribed to him starting in high school. Did you know that prescription drugs are the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States? Why, as free Americans, do we only have access to interventions from a multi-billion-dollar industry that has a stronghold on the government and the media, that has positioned itself above the law, and that recently facilitated the greatest transfer of wealth in human history? We have spent the last 2 years being bludgeoned by the mantra of safe and effective everywhere we turn. Well, I would argue that when it comes to PTSD and other mental health issues, psilocybin is the GOAT of safe and effective compared to what the pharmaceutical industry has to offer. We deserve safe and legal access to proven therapies that historical record shows was maligned decades ago through an orchestrated campaign of disinformation, propaganda, and censorship, ending really legitimate research. It is time to stop letting big industry lord over our lives. It is time to reclaim our sovereign right as Americans to our own health, medical freedom, the use of science that is authentic and not authoritarian and profit-centered. Independent business owners in our community, including women business owners, deserve to use their land in genuine service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. I noticed you're going to submit testimony too, so thank you for that.
Can I just put my name and
Sure,
submit this?
of course you
Okay.
may. Thank you so much. Okay, so Greg and Ryan Reed, do you want to come up after Greg is done?
Greg Logan, address is 65729 Old Bend Redmond Highway,
And what city is that?
City of Bend,
Okay.
also in the unincorporated county of Deschutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, or good afternoon, I should say, and thank you for your time during this very important topic. I've had the privilege to call Deschutes County my home for over a decade. I currently reside in the unincorporated area of Deschutes County, and I'm here to show my support for Measure 109. I'm currently a second-year grad student studying clinical mental health. I represent a new paradigm shift within the behavioral health realm, learning and adopting scientifically proven medicines and protocols such as psilocybin. Psilocybin, in conjunction with therapeutic assistance from a licensed professional, is shown to treat treatment-resistant depression, anxiety, addiction, cluster headaches, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and PTSD, along with end-of-life anxiety. As a county resident, when I am asked if I would like a service center to be my neighbor, I say yes. I say yes because I support neighbors that are dedicated to personal growth, empathy, transformation, and the betterment of themselves and others. I say yes to clients that visit the neighboring service centers and take the vulnerable step to committing to the work it takes to find relief from PTSD, OCD, depression, and anxiety. I say yes and embrace and support an additional local mental health option that's proven to help heal. I believe Deschutes County has an opportunity to foster and lead the future of mental health options. Our community has voted yes on Measure 109 on November 3rd, 2020, seeking a proven medicine to assist with the struggles and strife our families are experiencing at historic levels. Commissioners, sending this measure back to voters for a second vote simply sweeps it under the rug, forfeiting this time needed to build additional layers of regulation. I implore each commissioner to not opt out and begin working collaboratively with each individual, organization, and professional in this community. We are here to help. I thank each of you for your dedication and hard work, and I leave you with one final thought and a reminder that a goal of Deschutes County Commissioners is to promote well-being through behavioral health and community-supported program. I believe, along with 52.8% of the voters agree, Measure 109 will support this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, and you're leaving testimony too today?
Yes.
So thank you so much. Okay, and Stephanie, you'll be our last speaker after Ryan, unless there are more in the room.
All right. Hi, I'm Ryan Reed. My address is 848 Northeast 8th Street here in Bend, Oregon. So, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I am a Deschutes County resident and run a local engineering firm specializing in utility and resource management. Now, in these public sessions, you've heard testimony regarding the benefits of psilocybin therapy in the treatment of depression, PTSD, addiction, and many other mental health issues. Testimony backed by both scientific study and personal anecdote. I fully support and agree with these testimonies, so much so that I partnered with other local business owners to launch a psilocybin endeavor here in Deschutes County. I'd like to share our vision for that business with a special focus on land use. So our concept consists of both a psilocybin manufacturing facility and a treatment service center. The manufacturing facility will be 500 square feet, and that includes mushroom growing, processing, quality assurance, and regulatory controls. This facility will use fewer resources than a single-family home. Negligible water, wastewater, energy, or solid waste. No obnoxious smells, light, or heavy traffic. Think of it as a small workshop with just a couple people working in it. Now, if run at full capacity, this workshop could potentially generate enough psilocybin product to meet the needs of all Deschutes County residents. Now, the service center itself would be about 1,400 square feet, consisting of 4 dedicated session rooms plus common areas. Providing one-on-one service, each room could at most see 2 people per day. Think of it as a very slow therapist's office. The setting for these sessions is important. Ideally, we are outside the trappings of urban life, away from the noise and anxiety associated with the city, situated in a quiet, remote area surrounded by nature. Windows in the rooms could overlook the mountains. When the weather is nice, a client could recline outside on a secluded patio. Now, we also want this service to be accessible. If we were forced to build this center in Bend, for example, real estate prices will require this to essentially be a boutique high-end spa experience, limiting access to the residents that could benefit from it the most. Placing ourselves in an unincorporated area allows us to lower costs and provide more equitable treatment access for local residents. Now, our facility would be a quiet outpatient center. Other centers could be smaller, such as an existing therapist adding a license to their office. Some providers are going to seek to offer multi-day retreats. Now, regardless of the type, the authority lies with you, commissioners, to regulate these land uses through time, place, and manner restrictions. We are excited to work with you to help develop these regulations. The effectiveness of psilocybin treatment often requires only 1 or 2 sessions for a client, and if it is recurring, it might only be once or twice per year. So the physical size and impact on resources is minuscule. The benefits are immense. Attempting to opt out of these services based on land use concerns is disingenuous and denies treatment access to rural residents. Now, on a final note, I'd like to add that access to psilocybin will promote a secondary industry of licensed mental health professionals who are eager to work in this innovative area. So the very presence of psilocybin will increase the number of licensed professionals at large in our community, improving access to mental health services across the board. So thank you for the time, commissioners, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for meeting with us early, too.
Thank you, of course.
Appreciate that, and yes, so you won't be submitting anything today.
Thank you very much. No, that's very good.
Thank you. Okay, Stephanie?
Hi, I'm Steph Bars, 706 Northwest Ogden in Bend. I'm a registered nurse, a family nurse practitioner, a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I'm serving as a member of the Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board. I hold a certificate as a psychedelic integration therapist. I've lived in Central Oregon since the late 1990s. I'm speaking here today in that frame for myself and in no official capacity, though. For almost 20 years, I've worked in hospice and palliative care with people with life-limiting illnesses. I work with people when they're the most vulnerable. There can be significant distress and even trauma when learning to live with an understanding of advanced illness and a terminal diagnosis. How people make sense and cope varies, and at the end, most people die comfortably. We have multiple ways to treat and relieve people's physical pain. We have an arsenal of medications, therapies, and other behavioral interventions. But there's occasionally some people who seem to suffer differently. They have emotional, spiritual, social, existential distress. Meds don't help these folks. Therapy doesn't help these folks. I believe in the potential benefits of a life-changing psilocybin experience. For some people, using a small amount of psychedelic psilocybin containing mushroom may provide relief from the significant suffering in a way no other treatment's been able to match. Psilocybin services in Oregon is optional. It won't be right for everyone. There's structure and support with experienced guides, facilitation, skilled navigation to make meaning of the experience. It has enormous potential for our residents. Psilocybin offers the opportunity to see and know life and death with a new frame, and with this new frame, there's a possibility to switch from this hyper-focused fear to see and feel with a broader perspective. I know people here who have used psilocybin feel less depressed, less anxiety. They feel their life has improved. They're able to live more fully. The Oregon Psilocybin Services Act is written to provide this structure and keep the vulnerable safe. It will be administered under controlled and supportive and supervised settings. There will be specific screenings by licensed facilitators helping to decide who's the best fit. It's been recommended there's a safety plan for every single individual. The facilitators will be skilled in providing the preparation, thoroughly reviewing informed consent, deciding on the safe dose, and offering integration. In people with advanced illness, I wholly support a more supportive approach. This is in contrast to unsupervised recreational use with unknown drugs in unknown doses. Psilocybin can be safely administered under the guidance provided by OHA. People in rural Deschutes County deserve the opportunity to know relief and improve their quality of life in the face of significant emotional existential distress. Marginalized, including those in rural populations, should have equal access. Limiting land use limits access. The voters have already made their decision. The program's safe to improve quality of life for our Central Oregon community. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Look at that timing, great job.
And you will be submitting documents, so thank you.
Thank you.
That was, okay. Now, do we have anyone else in the room that would like to provide testimony at this moment in time? Okay. All right, so Stephanie, let's go and see if there's anyone on Zoom that is raising their hand to participate. Okay. Okay. So to remind you, you will be elevated to panelist. Audio is going to be unmuted, and please leave your name and your address. Okay, Mr. Arnold? Have you, yes, he's unmuted. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Mike Arnold. I'm an Oregon attorney over here in Lane County. So I don't really have a dog in the fight over in Deschutes County, other than my conscience guiding me to help advocate for
Could you give us your
access to
address,
more
please,
folks.
for the public record? We need your address.
Sure. 6250 Astor Street, Springfield, Oregon.
Thank you.
And I wanted to speak a little bit about as an operator of a psilocybin service center in Jamaica with plans in Oregon. And I'm hoping that you allow our potential, I guess, competitors to have a shot in Deschutes County. I don't have any particular properties I'm looking at in your guys' neck of the woods, but I hope that there's lots of these and the free market wins the day, and it suppresses prices so people can get access to this medicine as quickly and inexpensively as possible. I founded Silo Wellness in 2018. We're Oregon's only publicly traded psychedelics company. We currently offer psychedelic retreats in Jamaica with psilocybin and 5-MeO DMT. And I wanted just to be available if you guys have any questions regarding how these retreats are operated or the community impact. I testified at the Lane County Board of Commissioners meeting yesterday, and I compared psilocybin retreats like impact to like what you would see from like a yoga center or a bunch of ladies doing a quilting party. I mean, it's pretty mellow, and it's very silent at times, and it's about introspection, and there's a need for it to be in communion with nature. We call this unity medicine, and that it unites your mind, body, and spirit, also unites you to nature. I mean, we got to keep in mind that human consciousness is the most complicated thing ever to evolve out of nature, more complicated than a black hole. And to go back to nature allows folks to really center themselves and get a lot of relief. And so our retreats in Jamaica are centered around nature. Yes, we do 2 deep dive psilocybin sessions and sort of a bigger microdose along with yoga. But most of the time, folks are out there doing hiking. And you might not know this, but Deschutes County has actually had a part of a legal psychedelic retreat already. Because I held United States' first legal psychedelic retreat with ketamine and based in Lane County for lodging, where we did the deep dive ketamine sessions. And then we went on hiking all over the place. We did went up past McKenzie Pass, D. Wright Observatory. So I guess it's technically, we wandered over to Deschutes County and did some hiking. And the impact was, pretty low, just as low as any other hikers. And what I want to see is folks to be able to have lodging and be able to really, really work hard on themselves without having to be commuted back and forth to a white wall doctor's office or to a hotel, and to be close to their therapist and close to the medicine and close to nature.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. If you care to email some in, please know that we would appreciate receiving that too.
Thank you for sharing.
What email address works? What is it on?
What, info? What should send it to?
Probably board.
Board.
Board@deschutes.org would be a great email address.
board at
Thank you very much.
Deschutes.org. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Okay.
Thank you.
Sam Chapman, yes. Would you please identify yourself and your address? Thank you, Sam.
Yes, hi, Commissioners. My name is Sam Chapman. For the record, my address is 8110 Southeast Ramona Street in Portland, Oregon. I simply wanted to thank all of the local advocates for showing up today. I'm sure you'll be hearing from more later this evening, and I will simply yield my time back. I'm happy to be here as a technical resource on the measure itself, the currently codified rules or the rules that are being in process of being codified, and any other questions that you may have. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Cameron Meeks, please. We are unmuting you now, so please give us your address.
All right. My address is 2714 Northwest Xavier Street, Portland, Oregon, 97210. And I am a member of the Rules Advisory Committee on Products and Testing, or the early phase of the Rules Advisory Committee. And I am a commercial mycologist for the last 18 years and have constructed upwards of 10 different laboratories and 10 different production locations, specifically for medicinal and gourmet mushrooms, primarily in Oregon. And I've been an Oregon resident my entire life. And I just wanted to step in and comment specifically on concerns pertaining to the facilities themselves and what people perceive as, an excessive use of resources. The resource use within these facilities, depending upon size, are going to be extremely minimal on water, materials for growth medium, as well as electricity. Aside from that, there will be no eyesore, as a concern seems to come up often with cannabis as being a comparative. And aside from that, the production spaces themselves will also be limited in scale and scope by virtue of the demand that's present in the counties in question or in the state in question. I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding regarding how cultivation functions. And by virtue of that, I'd be happy to make myself accessible to explain those systems. I've run a business for the last 10 years, specifically in nutritional supplements, as well as consultation for setting up farms. And I really want to see this move forward. And I don't want there to be any naive perception of what a facility may look like or function as inside of smaller communities, because I have spent a lot of time in Southern Oregon, as my hometown is Ashland, and it is difficult to see the impacts of the cannabis industry on a small community. And I really have concerns that, in fact, a lot of people think that this is somehow going to be like that, or there's going to be public access of psilocybin, which is not the case. I mean, everything within this, and I've been in the process of the rule making a rules advisory, and it's going to be controlled end to end in very careful manners. And the amount of people that have spent time thinking about this and planning around this to ensure that it's impeccably structured is substantial. And I think that it will go very well and support a lot of different people. So that's pretty much all I have to say. My expertise specifically is in cultivation and even in the land use of cultivation. So if there's anything I can do with respect to that, I'd be happy to help.
Okay. Thank you, Cameron, for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, Stephanie, do we have someone else? Hi. Good afternoon, Barb. If you could identify your address, please, and yourself. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. My name is Barb Hansen. I reside at 25989 Southwest Nicole Drive in Corvallis, Oregon, and I have a work address in Merrillhurst, Oregon. If you need that, you can let me know. So I'm an RN with over 35 years of experience working in hospice in Oregon. I currently serve as the CEO of the Oregon Hospice and Palliative Care Association, which is a statewide public benefit organization helping to ensure Oregonians have access to high-quality hospice and palliative care as they near the end of life. And although I also serve on the Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board, as Steph Bars also does, I'm testifying today in my role with the Oregon Hospice and Palliative Care Association. I work with all of the hospice and palliative care programs in Deschutes County, and your county is home to some really stellar programs that provide care for many hundreds of county residents each year. My purpose in testifying today is to respectfully ask you to consider the needs of seriously and terminally ill residents when you discuss prohibiting the establishment of psilocybin product manufacturers and service center operators within unincorporated Deschutes County. I have never personally taken psilocybin, but I know there have been studies done at Johns Hopkins and NYU, as well as other locations, showing really promising results about the benefits of psilocybin in improving symptoms of depression and anxiety. The improvements after even a single treatment can last for many months. I know more studies will be done, but the results already show the possible benefits for persons who will need palliative or hospice care. Please allow them to access this promising treatment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
I got a question for Barb. Thank you very much for joining us. Is there a difference between kind of the in-facility care and needing to go somewhere else? You know, in a hospice setting, somebody could be in their own home or a facility, or
Yes,
there's these other retreat type things we're talking about.
The majority of hospice care in Oregon and the whole country, over 90%, is provided in a person's home or place of residence. The statute doesn't allow people to receive psilocybin at home, so palliative care and hospice patients would need to go to a service center to receive the administration under the very careful rules that I've been participating with the advisory board over the past year and a half.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so they do have to go to a service center then. Okay, thank you. All right, our next person, it looks like it's Allison. Allison, would you care to identify yourself and your address, please? And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk, and thank you for being here to hear testimony on this important matter. My name is Allison Hohengarten. My address is 61839 Dobbin Road here in Bend. I've lived in Bend for 20 years. I'm an attorney who does a fair amount of land use and real estate work. I served on the Marijuana Advisory Committee for the rulemaking for Deschutes County, and I think I have a good perspective of some of what the concerns of a lot of our constituents, a lot of the members in this community share. And specifically with marijuana, there were some other issues. I think, gosh, the testimony that we've heard already today has been very powerful and very informative. I think from safety standpoint, from the ability for this measure to do a lot of good for our community. I also sit on the advisory committee for affordable housing for the city of Bend currently, and there's a lot of crossover between affordable housing and mental health and how some of these programs come together. I currently I feel like we have a mental health crisis in our community, and this is one measure that will ultimately help members of this community if it is something that we can continue to learn about and regulate safely, trusting the committees and all the scientists and the providers and the people that are putting rules together to make this a legitimate and helpful therapy for the community. I think that I would like to recommend that you don't ask the community again about opting out, because I think based on even just what I'm seeing today, I haven't heard any objections. I think there's a lot of people in our community that really support this and want to hear more about what it's going to look like. And I'd rather spend our energy on formulating safe, effective solutions for the community to implement what the voters have already agreed they'd like to see. I understand the safety concerns. I understand some of the things that probably are looming in the background. I think this kind of treatment, from the stories that I've heard, from literature that I've read, and the people that I've talked to, this is a very quiet, isolated, cushioned, compassionate kind of therapy that I think won't have the negative environmental or land use or societal impact that that some other things have brought to our attention. So anyway, I want to put my voice out there, support all that has been said before, and encourage us to be the welcoming community that we are in Deschutes County for all members at all levels that may need this care.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie, do we have someone else? Okay, Samantha. Samantha Georgie?
I'm here. Hold on, I'm getting my video turned on.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Georgie, and I live at 16795 South Century Drive in the Centerville area. I'm a master's student in the Clinical Mental Health Program at Oregon State University, and I'm here today to request that the voice of the people throughout Deschutes County be honored in their original decision to pass Measure 109, and that the democratic process be honored by not disregarding that vote in hopes of a different answer. I have chosen clinical mental health as my course of study to become a licensed professional counselor and be part of the solution of the current mental health crisis in our state. Oregon has the highest rate of depression in the nation, with 25% of the population suffering. Studies by Johns Hopkins researchers have shown that psilocybin treatment has relieved major depressive disorder symptoms in adults for up to 1 month. A follow-up study of those participants showed that the substantial antidepressant effects of psilocybin paired with supportive therapy have lasted at least 1 year. To date, there is no known pharmaceutical shown to have this level of efficacy in depression treatment that can be used at such infrequent intervals. Because of the significance of the aforementioned findings, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs has launched clinical trials to measure the effectiveness of psilocybin in the treatment of PTSD, and the FDA has, of course, already approved psilocybin as a breakthrough therapy for treatment-resistant depression. Lapine has a higher veteran population than most regions of the nation at 9.6%. And Deschutes County has one of the lowest patient to mental health care provider ratios in the state at 240 to 1. Several colleagues, along with myself, were drawn to begin careers in mental health in part because of the passing of Measure 109 and the access to a more natural treatment of depression with less side effects. I imagine even more mental health practitioners will be drawn to our county should psilocybin service centers be an available resource throughout the county. As a resident of unincorporated land in Deschutes County, putting this initiative to vote could directly negatively impact myself, my future practice, and my community. With the proven effectiveness of this medicine, it would be morally remiss to chance depriving the residents of the unincorporated areas of Deschutes County of access to this important resource. We are all well aware of the cost of living and property in Bend. Should these services be only available within city limits, the population that may benefit most from them will likely be priced out of these services and at least be disproportionately burdened with transportation logistics, leading to inequitable access. I understand that this may seem an appealingly divisive topic to take a side on in an election year. However, considering the mental health crisis in our state, now is not the time to neglect the science behind this medicine and take a risk of depriving those desperately in need of relief. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will keep our best interests in mind and honor the voice of the people by honoring this county's decision to pass Measure 109.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, Lena Berry?
Yes, I am here. 1 second, getting it going. Thank you for having me today. I would like to say that I am
Lena,
against
would you mind,
limiting the
would you mind giving us your address for the public record, please?
Sure. My name is Lena. I'm at 839 Southwest Cascade Ave in Redmond, Oregon. I am against limiting the land use. I believe it removes access for our most vulnerable people and veterans, and general chronic medical patients who need this care. It is a hope, and it is a last resort hope for a lot of us. We've heard from our veterans, we've heard from our medical professionals. The Measure 109 was passed in a general election in 2020, which has the higher turnout than any of the primary or special elections, and it was approved by a margin of 6,000 votes, which is pretty big for us. So I just would like to say we want help getting these up and running quickly so we don't have more suicides, and so that more people have this access to this health. We do not want to add more roadblocks. So if you want to put any vote on the ballot, how about approving care for the palliative and hospice care patients as opposed to removing access to unincorporated Deschutes County? So thank you very much for your time. Again, I am in agreement with everyone else here. Please don't throw up any more roadblocks to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for testifying. Okay. Okay, Prima? And if you could give us your address for the public record, please?
Yes, my name is Prema Sagara. My address is 3500 West Hills Terrace in Medford. And I've been working with psilocybin for the last 20 years. I have been a professional psilocybin facilitator for the last 4 years. And while I do not claim to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease, I have seen firsthand clients who have taken psilocybin experience total resolution of their substance use disorders with no relapse even years later. And I've seen all of the results that the veterans have spoken of here, amongst many other benefits, as the studies have demonstrated. Our team is opening a psilocybin services center in Oregon, and we employ a number of professionals, including licensed professional counselors. We also employ a professional psilocybin cultivator, and I specifically would like to speak to that because I've been able to witness firsthand what a cultivation looks like. Our process uses no more than 15 gallons per 4 pounds of finished product. So if we're lucky, the state will set limits that will be very reasonable, which I anticipate they're doing very scientifically. I can tell you that a large scale grow might produce, 30 pounds a month if we're lucky, in which case the water use would be around, or that would be every 8 weeks. The growth cycle is 6 to 8 weeks. And that would use around 140 pounds of water, 140 gallons of water. So that's quite minuscule. The energy consumption is also very small. A cultivation center would use no more resources than a single family dwelling. The mushrooms grow in the dark. So climate control is really the only energy use, and that's minimal because it's at a reasonable normal temperature. We anticipate that people will come to find the truth, which is that there's minimal environmental impact with energy use and water use. There's no smells. No one will likely know that the cultivation center is operating. It is very incognito. There's no real waste. You can create closed loop systems where everything you use stays within your operation, and there's no toxic ingredients needed. Our process is completely organic, so we don't use pesticides. So there's no concern about chemicals entering the environment. So thank you for your time and consideration.
No, thank you so much for your testimony, Prima.
Welcome.
Okay. Kevin S. Okay, Kevin, if you would identify yourself, please, and your address. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I'm glad I could do this. I have COVID right now, so I'll try and speak clearly as possible. Kevin Shaw, 3141 Northeast Delma Street, Bend, Oregon. I want to thank each of the commissioners for calling me back. I appreciate that. That meant a lot. Angie and I, my wife and I, started Brightways Counseling Group. We're the largest provider of mental health services in Central Oregon. We operate in Jefferson County, Crook County, and Deschutes County. We employ 65 people. This year we were we won Small Business Association Business Person of the Year for Oregon 2022. And so here I am in the middle of this, listening to this, and I did not know that the general election had already approved Measure 109. So I'm a little confused as to why we're going to re-vote on this issue. But I did want to support what everybody has said. I'm in this as a counselor. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a certified alcohol and drug counselor, and I've done all kinds of different therapy, and I can tell you what this does is it allows the processing part of therapy to happen at lightning speed. So I won't spend a lot of time on the benefits of that, as everybody else has. But I do want to point out that this particular measure is so unique because it's scientifically driven. There's not a money initiative here. And so to stop this, really the only reason why you would stop this, and believe me, opting out of some unincorporated property everywhere, it sends a negative message. That's really what this is about. And so putting up obstacles and saying, hey, I think we're going to limit this, limit that, that's we've already decided this. So I'm super confused. But the thing that's unique about this is it's scientifically driven. I mean, there's no money interest in this. Hey, we're talking about Johns Hopkins, all these other places. I mean, there's this research is, and I think that it's unfortunate that the marijuana industry got here first, because I think that has left a bad taste in our mouths. I mean, drive down the road and you smell you smell it, and it just, we looked at buying property and decided not to because we were worried that they're going to be growing pot over there, and it just was not a good experience. But this is different. The other thing is that I see the voting record here, and Crook County and Jefferson County voted against 109 when they added up the numbers, but Deschutes voted for it. So what happens is if Crook opts out and Jefferson opts out and now Deschutes opts out, that's a huge, huge loss to our community. And so as a business person, as a counselor, and as a business owner here in Central Oregon, I'm really, really hoping that we'll do the right thing here and do what we've already asked to be done, and that's to make this thing happen. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much for joining us.
Kevin, just a little bit of clarity. There's land use jurisdiction, so we represent the rural lands of Deschutes County for private lands. There's also Ben Redmond Sisters in Lapine, who are not speaking for them today. Did he go away, or? Hopefully,
no, I'm still here.
Oh, good. Yeah. So we just switched the video. Oh, there we go. I see. And but so it's not stopping the whole project. So I guess I'll share a little bit more information with folks here. We don't have rules about what a land use compatibility might be, conditional uses. There's grand visions, and it was shared with us a little bit today about what a spectacular retreat center would look like. But if we were to process this through a land use, code update package, conditional use discussion, it would take a year. So now we're in this situation where the people voted a year and a half ago. Rules are being put in place. The measure says licenses shall be provided on the first work day of the next year, and we don't even have facts about what do these things look like. So I'm just letting you know that we're not making up the fact that we're trying just to be against something. We don't have information that might be prudent to making reasonable decisions about land use. So just giving you a little bit more information about what I'm seeing.
And the other thing, even though Jefferson and Crook County voted against it, all counties are assumed part of it unless they opt out. So yes, all 36 counties are assumed part.
And these are the facts that you need to understand. So hopefully we're going to get a good good body of knowledge that we all have here, and then we'll move it to the next level about, okay, where is the treatment center? What does production look like? What is the facility gonna be?
And
Yeah,
thank you so
since
much,
our-
Kevin, for
Since all of the commissioners are making comments, I guess I'd also like to say a lot of the uncertainty around what the land use impacts of Measure 109 implementation are going to be do revolve around land use and this rulemaking process. And we have actually heard from a couple of people who are engaged in the rulemaking, the rulemaking advisory committee. One of them, Sam Chapman, actually offered to speak more about that if we were interested in that, and he ceded his time earlier. So I actually would be interested in at the point where everyone has had their first opportunity to speak today, to circle back to that and to ask Sam Chapman to use some of the time that he ceded to unpack for us what's happening with that rulemaking process, because it's really important background information to evaluate whether it's appropriate to be referring an opt-out ballot measure to the voters or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Thanks for that good point. I believe, Amanda, you're next, and could you please identify yourself with your address?
Thank you, Kevin.
Hello, I'm starting my video. Hi, my name is Amanda Gao. I live at 21172 Southeast Azalea Avenue, Bend, Oregon 97702. This is baby Alice. We're in the middle of snack, but she's very supportive of the democratic process. We just wanted to reiterate what a lot of people have said recently about, the access to service. I personally have spent the last 15 years working in service of Deschutes County, with JBRJ Youth Services, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, Guardian Group. I've worked with families and youth for the last 15 years at the leadership executive level, and I know how restrictive access can be in getting people services, and I just truly believe that restricting where these treatment facilities can be will hinder people who truly need help getting access. So I have also recently decided to pivot my career. I was accepted to a clinical mental health program. So staying home with her while I pursue my degree. And one of the reasons I was drawn to this field is because of the innovative and creative things that are going on in Oregon. I know that not all of the patients I see will want to seek these services, but I'm excited for those who do have treatment-resistant depression, anxiety, PTSD, serious drug addiction can access these sorts of services. And I really want to be able to continue my career in Deschutes County in Central Oregon. I feel this is my home. Like I said, I was born and raised here, and so is my daughter. I want to raise her in Central Oregon as well. So I think that I just really want to speak to this will bring additional mental health support to our community. And Tony, to speak to what you just were talking about with land use, I think that pulling this back onto the ballot and trying to get another vote is just regressive. And is what we want to be is progressive. We want to help serve our community, want to honor our voters' wishes. We want to be able to provide support to those. I mean, you heard testimony today that honestly had me almost in tears. These are the sorts of people that desperately need services, and putting this back on the ballot is only going to hinder or at least slow down people being able to safely access service. So I appreciate your time. Alice and I really do support the work that you all are doing, and we are so thankful that you're taking this seriously. But I think from what everybody and you've seen today is that there is a ton of support from just a wide group of people. So thank you for your consideration, and I will hope to see you at another time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, and thank you, Amanda. And I'm glad to know that you have chosen a field that truly needs more people like you in it. So thank you for doing that. Do we have anyone else, Stephanie? Okay. Yes, Jahan, if you would introduce yourself and your address, please. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me. My name is Jahan Khamsazadeh. I live at 3500 Seminary Ave in Oakland, California. And to share a little bit about myself while I'm here speaking, I did my doctoral dissertation work on psilocybin mushrooms. A few months ago, it was published as a book called The Psilocybin Connection, Psychedelics, The Transformation of Consciousness and Evolution of the Planet. It's published by North Atlantic Books. It just came out in Audible this last weekend. And aside from my academic work on psilocybin, I've taken several multi-year trainings on the mushrooms, including within the Mazatec mushroom tradition in Oaxaca. And they've been using mushrooms for thousands of years. And I think they're a good model to show how safely mushrooms can be integrated into culture. I also live in Oakland, where we have decriminalized all natural psychedelics, and I testified in court there. And what we've seen in almost 3 years since it passed is that there's been no negative impacts. Mushrooms tend to help people feel more at peace with themselves and each other. I've also assisted and worked with 4 different psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy trainings, and I also lead legal psilocybin ceremonies in Jamaica. They've been a part of my life for 20 years. I've read 75 books on that, and I've seen hundreds of people go through journeys. What I've seen, which mirrors the last 20 years of research, is unparalleled healing in areas of depression, anxiety, addiction, and OCD. It's 80% successful in treatment-resistant depression. Now, I've worked with many people, including lawyers and doctors, who are on the edge of suicide because of the pain and depression in their lives. They had exhausted all conventional routes, including pharmaceutical medicines and therapies, and were at their edge. And it's not an overstatement to say that this medicine has saved lives. It's been that case for myself. Also, previously being suicidal and depressed as a teen, I give all the credit. That's why I'm here now. As people have probably shared, it's one of the most biologically safest compounds on the planet, almost no biotoxicity. So under the right setting, it poses no risk and brings incomparable healing. This means that there needs to be trained professionals involved. People should not be left unsupervised. With the adequate preparation and integration, there is no evidence that shows this poses a risk to community. And in fact, it helps people feel connected to ourselves, each other, and the planet. And that is my statement that I have written for today.
Okay. Thank you so much for testifying today.
Thank you for
taking the
sharing.
time. We appreciate
It's
it.
an honor. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, Stephanie? Looks like we have Joe is available. Good afternoon, Joe. Could you identify yourself and your address, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Joe Zymans. I'm at 57448 Quartz Mountain Lane in beautiful Sun River, Oregon. And I'm the co-owner of an outpatient counseling practice group. Prior to that, I was a chief operating officer for a nonprofit where we focused on providing programs and services developed out of research of the brain and the mind, including things like meditation and mindfulness and other training programs focused around mental health and well-being. So I've been professionally in this world for quite some time. I've also done some advocacy work around children's mental health, sat on executive council for a state-based organization. A lot of our work was focused on improving access to care and services, realizing that we need as many tools in the toolbox as possible. And like a lot of us here and many who have spoken so eloquently today, I've dealt with some challenges at times throughout my life. And so personally, and I'm here to speak personally, I've benefited from things like talk therapy, from traditional medication, antidepressants, meditation and mindfulness, which is, I think, a big thing that's super helpful. I've also been through a plant-based medicine experience, psilocybin therapy, single dose experience under the direction of this wonderful experienced facilitator. My experience was one where there was a lot of preparation work beforehand, and then there was a lot of integration work on the back end. It was a very well organized and structured program that I was part of. And I can say personally, having again benefited from several of the tools in the toolbox, my psilocybin therapy experience has been one that's been as impactful, if not more, than anything else that I've been through. So I'm here because when I think about anxiety, depression, all the other health challenges that are skyrocketing really across the board, but including within our county and our communities. We need to have all the tools in the toolbox as possible to help. We need to provide access to all of those tools to as many as we can within our communities. Those tools have provided me with a lot of health benefits, and yet I'm a middle-aged white male, privileged, with access to services that aren't yet available to others. And I would really like to see that widen throughout our communities. It's a primary reason why we voted to support psilocybin therapy in our state and here in Deschutes County. So I ask that you support our communities by allowing psilocybin therapy to be used as a much needed tool in that mental health toolbox. Our residents here really need access to as many services as possible, and you really have the opportunity here to ensure that that happens. So thank you so much for your time.
Oh, I do have one question, Joe. When you did have your one plant-based experience, who did you say it was under? It was extremely well organized, but who was responsible for it?
This was it was a private facilitator.
Was it in Oregon then?
It was actually out of state. It was not in Oregon, but it was in the U.S.
Okay, in the United States. So, okay, thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Okay, did you say there's anyone else? There is. Okay. Waiting for them to accept it. All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
Ooh.
We were going to go back to Sam, I believe, in a bit after we'd gone through everyone else.
Yes, the last one I have is FedEx, but they didn't.
Okay, they didn't come back. Are there any phone calls on that we should recognize at this moment before we go to Sam? Okay, no phone calls then? Okay, Sam, we would love to hear from you some more, if you don't mind, if you have time at this moment, to just share with us what you've been working on and let us know where you think things are at.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, commissioners. Again, my name is Sam Chapman, for the record. I was the campaign manager for Measure 109, and I now serve as the executive director for the Healing Advocacy Fund, which has been working on all things implementation for this program. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that the commissioners may have. I did want to speak to one item, Commissioner DeBonne, that you had brought up as it relates to what rules that may be in process that relate to land use. The short answer is there are none. The land use considerations that exist are in the statute itself. And beyond that, there are not going to be any considerations that have been discussed or that will be discussed related to land use within the time, place, and manner type of decision-making tree. So that is something that is going to be purely up to you. I think that a lot of the testimony here that was provided today, some of the more technical testimony that helps kind of paint the picture as to what these facilities might look like, accurately starts to really not only paint that picture, but I believe also answers some, if not all, of those questions. But I just wanted to highlight that the state is not going to be weighing in anywhere close to anything that would deal with time, place, and manner. That is absolutely at your prerogative. And that was the thing that I wanted to speak directly to. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions if you have any.
Could I tag off of that? So Sam, I think, and I believe that some of this ties back to the experience with recreational marijuana, but here in Deschutes County, there is a perception that the measure language leaves a lot very open. We are allowed to do time, place, and manner regulations, but if we substantially narrow from what the measure says, there's a belief that we are open to significant legal challenge. And so that creates kind of a paradox where people are saying you're empowered to do time, place, and manner restrictions, but we don't really. But there's also this kind of fear that if we come up with time, place, and manner restrictions, that they will be challenged and they will land us in a whole bunch of legal drama. I do think that if you look at the experiences of Deschutes County legally surrounding recreational marijuana, there were the concerns that were raised around the time, place, and manner restrictions that the county did come up with were, in my opinion, there were some fair legal critiques of the arbitrariness of those time, place, and manner restrictions that the county put forward at first. So, it's complicated to figure out how to navigate that. I mean, I guess for me, one of the questions is, if we come forward with time, place, and manner restrictions on things like scale of facilities, if we are reasonable and fair, do we think that those time, place, and manner regulations will actually stand up, to public scrutiny or legal challenge, or if we significantly narrow the scope of what's possible from what was put forward in the ballot measure, are we just signing up for a whole bunch of trouble?
Richard Chang, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. And I think you hit the nail on the head in that it can be at times, and certainly was and may still be within the cannabis context, a tough hill to climb to determine what would be reasonable or not, right? That often is the question, is what is reasonable? And I think an example of what isn't reasonable could be if you were to put a buffer in which service centers have to be 2,000 feet away from a library, but 1,500 feet within a police department, and the library and the police department are right next to each other, that would be unreasonable. That's actually an example from a locality in which I will not name in this meeting, that we've seen in other types of sensitive uses that clearly was not reasonable, right? And I think it's tough. I'm not an attorney, and this is not to be construed as legal advice, but I do believe that should the county decide to allow these businesses to operate, which I believe they should, and should the county be willing to work with the people that are looking to license businesses, I think that's wholly avoidable in terms of understanding what their needs are, understanding, if they are, looking to do a service center, that if you were to prohibit all commercial properties from a service center from locating in, that would probably be unreasonable. And so I think that between working with the community, understand what their needs are and where, it's where they're thinking about placing these businesses, that can be navigated in unison with the community to avoid any type of issues that would be considered, legally sticky. I think it's when meetings are held without the input of the community, which is often where the expertise lives, as you can tell as an example by a lot of the testimony that was given today. I learned some things as well that really can help prevent those types of things from happening from a legal perspective. So I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but I do think that it is absolutely avoidable. And I think by having these types of dialogues that you've invited today is a really good step in that direction.
Thank you. Well, if the other commissioners don't have additional questions, Sam, I would like just kind of an overview of the rulemaking process, kind of where it's at, what the key things that the rulemaking committee is working on. If they're not working on land use questions, kind of What's going on there?
Yeah, thank you. So as I believe the commissioners, and I'm sure a lot of folks in the audience know, we gave ourselves 2 years to develop the rules and regulations for this program. We are now a year and a half through that process. The Psilocybin Advisory Board just submitted their final recommendations to the Oregon Health Authority for rules. That is the second set of recommendations. They had submitted a first set of recommendations dealing with testing, training requirements, and products, because those were 3 areas that rules needed to be expedited for if services are ever to be utilized in 2023. And actually, this reminds me, I wanted to provide another point of clarification. On January 2nd, 2023, the Oregon Health Authority must make applications available for licensure. That is not to be confused with when services will be realized and doors will be open. It will be some significant amount of time after that for applications to be reviewed, revised, approved, property to be found, vetted, built out, up to code, making sure it's in line with whatever additional TPMs the county may provide, et cetera. And so that's a big part of that process. So the advisory board, in its second draft recommendation or recommendations that they sent to the Oregon Health Authority, really dig into, ensuring safety at the end of the day. The foundation of this program is truly built on safety and ensuring that those who are seeking services have everything they need to safely access and benefit from psilocybin services. So, there are, those recommendations are now public and available on the Oregon Health Authority's website. And if there are any specific issues, I could sit here and talk a book at you about everything that has been going on. But if there are other specific items that you're curious about, I'd be happy to speak to them briefly, and also would be happy to follow up in much more greater detail, just to be sensitive on the time that we have here.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions right now.
A specific item might be to, and I think I was talking to a few people in preparation for this, get to a concept of what, and I already mentioned this, if we were to put a proposed code package together, put some things on a piece of paper that some people think are reasonable, discuss it, put it in front of the Planning Commission, have a hearing in front of the commissioners, put a land use in place, either by emergency or have a 90-day window where it becomes, that's most of a year. And we don't even have that now. So 6 months from now is when those licenses, is there a way to set up where we can work through that process into next year?
Yes, there is. Excellent question. Thank you, Commissioner DeBone. I believe that, the first item in which a prospective licensee will have to go through that involves both the OHA licensing process and the local government process is the land use compatibility statement, or also known as the LUC statement, right? We actually know the Oregon Health Authority is working on developing this right now. It's not going to be a big homework assignment. I think that they're literally just going to design the form. It's pretty straightforward. I'm sure your planning department is more than familiar with it. And I think that, that is one of the boxes that needs to be checked. And you will have time, if you decide to not opt out, you have the time to develop your time, place, and manner regulations. And so I do think that while, that may take some time, I think that there's a way to do that simultaneously while the program is getting up and running as well. And a lot of that is really just being transparent and communicating with the community that's going to be seeking these licenses, right? As you can tell from the showing today, there's a lot of interest from community members locally that want to be able to provide and receive these services. And I think that, if the process takes a little bit longer because you want to really nail down the planning side of it, if they're engaged, they'll probably be happy with that. As opposed to not having communication with them and not really understanding what their needs are, and then having gaps in it, having to go back, which would prolong the process even more. I do think that there's ways to simultaneously do both.
So, Sam, I have a question. you're saying that the applications will be available, what, the second day of January 23? But when do you think that they'll complete the rulemaking? Is that going to be in August, do you think? Are they going to have the rulemaking done before end of year? That's what we're worried about, because it seemed like, there were meetings that were canceled, postponed, whatever, for the last, period of time, and just wondering, how does it look to you as someone who's intimately involved in the process? Do you have any insight into that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Commissioner Adair, for the question. We will see a draft, a set of final draft rules, I believe, in the next 6 to 8 weeks here. And I think that we can look to the Psilocybin Advisory Board recommendations and feel confident that a majority of the rules that will be adopted will be from the recommendations. Why can we be confident about that? Because that's what happened in the first round of rules, right? The Psilocybin Advisory Board, has been working incredibly hard. There are hundreds of hours of meetings, testimony from experts from not just across the state, but across the country and around the world on every single subject and more that has been touched on here today. So these recommendations are not just, we feel and think this, therefore we're recommending it. They went through a serious process. They were vetted by experts. State agencies weighed in. It was a very thoughtful and intentional process. And so, I think the fact that we decided to take, 2 years to do this is also representative of how seriously we take the responsibility of setting up this program to be safe, accessible, and something that can really help people. And so, I do think that the drafts rules that the OHA will be publishing over the coming, month or two here will essentially, be able to answer most, if not all, of the additional questions that may remain at that time.
So in your opinion, then, you're thinking by September 15th that the rules should be final?
No, the rules will not be codified by the Oregon Health Authority until, towards the end of the year. But again, 80 to 90% of the recommendations that the board is making have been accepted by the Oregon Health Authority, and we expect that to continue to be the case. The areas where there may be difference are going to be in relation to, things that, I think there may be still discussion on. But again, that's going to be a very short list. And I think that at the end of the day, we have a really good picture of what this program is and what it is not at the end of the day.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions? Stephanie? Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. And Allison? Yes, Allison, please, you're being unmuted. Would you identify your first and last name and your address? And you're given 3 minutes for testimony. Thank you for joining us. Unmuted? Unmute? Thank you.
So close.
I know, it's like, well, we're almost there. It looks like she's unmuted. Maybe, Allison, would you mind reconnecting? It's not, we can't hear you at the moment. Thanks, Stephanie. Did you try it again? Should we ask her to, well, let's see if that works this time. Okay, Allison, if you can hear me, why don't you disengage from this contact and come back in or even call us, and you can give us your comments over the phone if that's possible. Do we have a number?
There should be a number listed.
Okay.
In the agenda. I will double check that that's the.
Okay, yes. Just, Allison, if you just want to call in, we do definitely want to hear from you. We just can't hear you today with the connection. All right, so it looks like. Phoenix, please? Yes. Thank you so much. We need to unmute you now. Sorry. There you go. I hope it works.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we
Yes,
go.
thank you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Phoenix Van Tassel. I'm known around town by Bobby. I am employed by City of Bend, and the reason that I say that is just because I want to destigmatize this medicine. I appreciate everyone else who's come on here to comment. I have personally worked with this medicine over the past 3 years in a very professional setting.
Phoenix, do you mind giving us your address, please?
Sure.
First and last name and address. Thank you so much.
20645 Couples Lane, Bend, Oregon, 97702.
Okay, thank you.
So I've been working with this medicine for the past 3 years, and it has helped me cure some OCD that I've dealt with since I was 10 years old. I had been in and out of therapy since I was 10, trying to find a way to overcome this ailment that I'd been struggling with. And, you know, it wasn't until I had the opportunity to sit with these medicines in a professional setting that I was able to, that my brain was able to make the connections to truly help me solidify that healing. And I believe that this medicine is for everyone. And I'm really, really proud of our state to see where it's gone with Measure 109. And I appreciate everyone who's worked towards that. And I know that we'll make the right decision here. And thank you for allowing me to comment and to share my story.
No, thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did Allison call in?
I don't see a number. I can try.
The technology is working pretty darn good.
You just never know, do you?
All right, she says she'll call in a moment.
Okay.
Good. Well, thank you, everybody, for staying with us. Really interesting. Getting information out on the table in the public discussion is the goal here right now, so we can make a good an informed decision about the big picture.
Commissioners, perhaps while there's a downtime here, we could clarify. You've indicated a couple times that people could submit additional information, so I'm assuming then you're going to hold the written record open after the hearing tonight closes.
Right.
You want to pick a date on that? You're going to need to deliberate and make a decision next week, so
Next week? Okay, so.
yeah, I would recommend perhaps you do that as early as Monday, maybe hold the record open
Until Monday?
until Monday morning at 8 a.m.
Sure.
and for anybody to submit anything they choose to through that email address that Whitney identified.
Could you repeat that, Whitney?
Yep, board@deschutes.org.
Okay.
Yeah.
board@deschutes.org.
And then you could deliberate on Monday afternoon and make a decision. And again, we need to, because of the tight timeline we're running into here on that thing. And then I would also point out that the hearing continues again tonight at 5:30. It's not a second chance to testify. It's just for folks who couldn't be here at 2 o'clock. So, for what that's worth.
And I would just clear, oh, sorry, Commissioner Chang, go ahead.
Dave, while we've got you in focus, I wanted to ask a couple questions about the draft ordinance, because there's, particularly in light of some of the testimony we've received today, I don't think that the language of the draft ordinance is exactly right in all places. In particular, I have concerns about the whereas about the rulemaking. It's sort of a very sweeping statement that says that the rulemaking, that OHA has not completed rulemaking necessary to provide regulatory oversight for these kinds of facilities. And I do think it is reasonable to say that we don't have clarity on some land use implications, but as we've heard today, between the ballot measure and the rulemaking process, there is quite a lot of clarity on many regulatory aspects of this. We're just really interested in land use, but issues like where you can use these substances, what kind of how your experience will be regulated and structured, those kinds of things. There's quite a lot of regulatory framework around this. So I would, I'm probably, I just an indication. I'm not leaning towards voting in favor of referring this measure to the ballot anyway, but I'm much less likely to vote in support of that if the language is kind of more sweeping and loaded than if it's not. So I mean that whereas I think is problematic. I think the next whereas, saying that the Board of Commissioners believes the timing is appropriate to refer this matter to the voters. I don't, I think that's also potentially that could be interpreted as a value laden statement. Saying that the Board of Commissioners wants to know what the voters think. That's an okay thing to do, but I don't necessarily think that this is the most appropriate time to do this. It's a time where the board is interested in finding out what voters think potentially, and that's the way I think that should be phrased. Similarly, I actually think that the number of people today who wanted to emphasize the 2020 election results, the percentage of Deschutes County voters that supported Measure 109, the number of voters that the margin was, close to around 6,000, that would actually be an appropriate piece of background to include as a whereas within this ordinance. So those are just a couple of thoughts. And would love to, I actually would love to hear from you, Dave, on whether there are actually opportunities to revise this ordinance before we even consider it.
Well, I would show support for, this is just a starting point. You could read anything, because we're the ones that are voting on it and signing it. So, I'll just acknowledge that this is just a starting point of a document.
Right, yeah, this was a draft document. I think it was provided to the board about a month ago, 3 weeks ago. So, we certainly could change the language if at least two of you want to change. That's pretty much how the process would play out. So, we did the best we could. I've seen some model ordinances that have floated around through AOC and LOC, and they basically took our ordinance and with very minor tweaks are putting it out as sort of the model ordinance at the state level for both cities and counties. Happy to modify it any way the board directs on terms of the whereases. If you again, this becomes relevant if you pursue an opt-out. It really has no relevance if you don't. So, I guess we could cross that bridge when and if two of you decide to refer it to the ballot in November.
So all documents would have to be in, then emails by 8 a.m. on Monday morning, and our meeting will start at 1 in the afternoon.
If Monday's when you're going to deliberate, I think it probably...
we have to do it by Wednesday.
Well, Wednesday would be really as late as we can go with some folks that are out of office. You folks don't meet the week of the fair, and then we have to get, if the measure goes forward, we have to get it to the county clerk in early to mid-August. So we're kind of running out of opportunities to have you folks
Wednesday
deliberate.
would be the best then, if we get
Okay, if you want to have
we
it,
can review all
if you want to have it on Wednesday, then when would you want the deadline for any submissions to be?
Well, still Monday morning at 8 a.m., so we have
Okay.
a couple days to review everything.
Okay, so but before you recess this session of the public hearing, we can make that clear again for folks, and then obviously again tonight, we'll make that clear as well, what that timeline would be. So at this point then, I'm hearing the board say you're going to, ultimately, after the hearing's done tonight, you're going to close the hearing, leave the record open through Monday at 8 a.m. for people to submit anything they choose to submit to that email that Whitney provided. And then you'll deliberate at your board meeting on Wednesday, the 20th.
Right.
I support that. So, and this is a legislative matter, so we've already gotten emails and phone calls, and we've made some contacts, but it's just an open information flow.
That's correct.
When we say keep the record open, really, from 2 o'clock today, all this testimony, plus emails and, we're not going to really archive phone messages probably, but I mean, they're on our
I
desk.
think basically the significance of the timeline on the record is you're not going to look at anything that comes in after 8 o'clock on Monday.
So it's really the end of this process.
Yeah, at some point you have to have some ending point.
Right. And I think that gives us adequate time in order to be prepared for Wednesday.
Right.
If Monday morning at 8 a.m. So may I see if Allison is back on? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Allison, for joining us by phone.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for that wait. I'm actually a medical provider, so I had to go see a patient real quick, and now I'm back.
Okay. Oh, Allison, if you can use your first and last name and your address for the record, thank you so much.
Sure. My name is Allison Jones. My address is 132 Southeast 16th Street in Bend. And I am a nurse practitioner, and my background is in emergency medicine. Currently, I am the clinical director of a clinic that provides care to primarily patients with psychiatric conditions. And I just want to echo a lot of what you've already heard today. And basically is that this is a super effective treatment. Psilocybin has a really good safety profile, and I think our county, our community, and our residents would really benefit from having increased access to it. And so I hope that we're not blocking the medical administration, the safe administration of these treatments by licensed physicians or advanced practice nurses, that therapists can get involved in this, because I think as a whole, our community is going to be much healthier. There's a lot of research out there which you can get through the Oregon Health Authority, but basically, depression is improved, PTSD is improved, substance abuse disorders, are improved, suicidal impulses are decreased, violent crimes are often decreased. There's a couple research articles out there about that, which of course we would really welcome in our community, in any community as well. And so I'm asking that if you do put this to the voters, that you make a specific carve out for the medical safe administration from licensed providers to patients with psychiatric conditions. That's all. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for coming back and taking the time, and we truly appreciate hearing from you today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Stephanie, we've acknowledged everyone then? Okay, all right. So I believe we will close the hearing at this moment.
We're going to continue it.
We're continuing it at
Till 5:30 this evening.
5:30 p.m. tonight.
And it's a continuation of the same hearing. And so again, just to be clear, if you've already testified, you wouldn't get another 3 minutes.
Right.
And the board will not be deliberating or making a decision tonight. So if you want to know what they're going to do with it, you need to come back next Wednesday or listen in on the live stream or whatnot. So trying to save your timeline tonight if you don't want to necessarily come back this evening. They won't be making any decisions. They very well might ask some questions, as they have a few of the folks, and there'll be certainly additional testimony. So that's up to you, but they won't be making any decisions tonight. That'll occur next Wednesday.
And you can always watch us on Zoom too, if you want to, tonight. So.
Okay.
Could I ask Dave one question before we adjourn till 5:30? Dave, something that Allison just said, it interested me. I mean, we are talking about referring an opt-out ballot measure to the voters. We just heard one constituent say, well, could you maintain access and opportunity for medical applications of psilocybin? And I really, pretty much everyone we've heard from today has been testifying in a very passionate and articulate way about medical applications of psilocybin. Would it be possible to write an opt-out ballot measure that sort of split it down the middle and said, we don't want to allow recreational use of psilocybin, in licensed facilities in Deschutes County, but we are open to supportive of medical uses?
Commissioner, my initial response would be no. The way the measure reads and the implementing state statute reads, I don't believe that they allow that distinction between, that type of use modality. But we'll certainly look a little deeper at it. There's just not a lot out there on it. I could look deeper into some of the literature that was associated with the measure. I don't know, the fellow that testified earlier that was the proponent of the organization that was behind Measure 109, perhaps he might have some input on that. But I think as I read the statute, I don't see that division is possible. I'm looking at Peter and Tanya, they're kind of our experts on it. I don't see them nodding it is either, so.
And if that's not something we can do as part of a ballot measure, is it something that we could do through time, place, and manner regulations?
I doubt that. That's kind of outside time, place, and manner and getting more into content and purpose, and I think that would probably run afoul of that. At least that's my initial thought on it without diving into it a whole lot deeper. Like I say, I will over the break see if I can find any literature that speaks to that, and try to get back to you if I can.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Truly, medical seems to be really a critical fact to this. So if you can find something, Deb, I think that would be great. So we actually have an executive session, so we'll have that after our next hearing then?
My understanding was you were going to suspend this, reconvene at 5:30 for the public
Okay, and then we
hearing,
do-
and then we're going to reconvene upstairs in the Allen Room for the executive session.
Okey-doke. All right. So until 5:30. Thank you so much for joining us. Great, thank you, Stephanie. Okay, I want to convene our continuation of our public hearing tonight at 5:30 PM for Deschutes County Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Chang, for joining us. Has anyone that entered the room wanted to speak in person because you need to fill out a form? Or did you speak already? Okay, good. We do have someone online that wants to join us, so I believe it's Johanna. Okay, sure. Oh, should I read the rules again?
That would be great, if you don't mind, just we might.
All the
have
rules?
some folks joining us. I think it would be helpful if we reread the one pager.
Okay, so what did I do with all the rules? Here it is. Okay, let me reread the rules.
So Ray, we're going to do a little introduction to start
Yes.
before you do that.
Okay, yes, Ray, you'll have it'll just take me about a minute and a half. The purpose of today's public hearing is, the scope of this public hearing is singularly to determine whether the commissioners should refer a measure to the ballot in November, which, if approved by the voters, would prohibit psilocybin operations within unincorporated Deschutes County. The measure will not impact psilocybin operations within the incorporated cities. Each person wishing to testify will have 3 minutes in which to do so. 3 minutes. Public hearing, the procedure. At the start of the hearing on Zoom, the panelists will be the Board of Commissioners and staff only. Attendees will be the general public and media. Testimony is allowed for 3 minutes, and the time clock will be displayed on the television monitors. The Board of County Commissioners Chair will call for public testimony in the following order. Attendees participating by attending in person, attendees participating through Zoom conference call, that will be the second priority, and third will be attendees participating via phone call. For those in the room, please fill out a blue request to speak form that is located near the door in the wooden tray and hand it to our staff. When the chair calls your name, please have a seat at the testimony table. At the beginning of your testimony, please state your name and address. For those participating via Zoom, once your name is called, you will be elevated from attendee status to panelist, and audio will be unmuted. Once your testimony is over, you will be returned to attendee status. For those participating via Zoom using a phone number, the last 4 digits of the attendee's number will be announced and will be elevated to panelist status with audio unmuted. Once your testimony is over, you will be returned to attendee status. So, Ray, I believe we have no one in the room. We did have a couple join us. No one in the room that has filled out a blue sheet, I'm assuming. So, Ray, let's go to Zoom and we will recognize you. And please identify yourself, your address, and recognize that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I live at 18680 Tumalo Reservoir Road in Bend. And my name is Ray Gertler. I am a licensed psychologist and psychotherapist, and I've practiced in Deschutes County since 1986, including working initially at Deschutes County Mental Health Department back in 1986. I also have a license in clinical social work, and at one point even provided employee assistance services to Deschutes County on a contract basis. I've been a resident of Deschutes County for 36 years. I know up to this point you've heard some about the research and efficacy of psilocybin treatment and what it's done for people, so I'm not going to go into that. I do want to speak a little bit about my own clinical practice and experience. I've been in practice for the past 35 years and have seen patients suffering from alcohol and drug dependency, as well as patients experiencing depressive disorders. For some of these clients, traditional approaches such as counseling, utilization of 12-step programs like AA and NA have been beneficial. For some patients, various therapeutic approaches combined with antidepressant medication has also been very helpful. Despite this, there's a significant number of people who do not respond to these traditional approaches. Alcoholics, drug addicts often relapse, and we all know the huge cost to society in terms of loss of productivity, absenteeism, family dysfunction, and overall misery associated with relapse. Similarly, despite my and my colleagues' best efforts at treatment, A significant number of people with major depression and anxiety often relapse, don't improve over time, and often have great difficulty managing and being compliant with the medication they are prescribed. Many people have to stay on medications for their lifetime in order to manage their condition with all its concomitant side effects. Psilocybin holds out the possibility of a new impactful treatment that can lead to long-term changes in mental health in a relatively short time without long years of ongoing maintenance therapies. I'm very excited and hopeful about these psilocybin therapies and what they might offer to many of these patients who are not responsive to traditional therapies. And I also want to just make a comment as a landowner in Tumalo on acreage. I have been affected by some of the policies allowing for cannabis cultivation and particularly the impact on water. But I am not concerned at all about the implications of psilocybin facilities being created in the county. The measure has many safeguards and regulations, and I don't believe there'll be an adverse impact on the rural community I live in. Given the severity of the mental health crisis in this state and in the county, I would hope that we would encourage and nurture an approach that might contribute significantly to ameliorating a very significant source of human suffering. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ray, so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
So you've been a resident for 36 years, and you did briefly work for Deschutes County then?
I did.
Okay,
when I
great.
first came to Deschutes County.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Good to hear from you. Okay, it looks like Johanna. Thank you so much. I saw your email. I'm glad you were able to join us tonight. So,
I thank you very much.
and you did get, if you could identify yourself and your address, please, for the record. Thank you. And then you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am not a resident of Deschutes County. I'm a resident of Crook County, but I work in Deschutes County at Temple Beth Tikva, where I serve as an ordained rabbi of the Central Conference of American Rabbis, and at Bend Counseling and Biofeedback, which is 296 Columbia, South West Columbia, and that's Bend 97701.
Okay. Go ahead with your testimony. And also, if you have information you want to share with us, and Randy, it goes for you too. We will be taking public testimony into the record. It goes to board@deschutes.org. If there's anything else additional after your testimony, and I took a couple seconds of your time, so go ahead.
I thank you very much. So in addition to being an ordained rabbi, I am a licensed professional counselor associate. I'll be finished with my license in September, October, and I'm personally aiming towards service provider and facilitator under the new measures as they proceed. Why is that? That is because I believe that the clinical trials that are available that have occurred in the United States since about 1994, the beginning of the resurgence of research, have demonstrated rather conclusively that this assisted therapy is really finding efficacy that does not occur, as my colleague, Dr. Ray Gertler, mentioned, in a variety of clients and patients. The current clinical research, the trials that I have access to include treatment-resistant major depressive disorder, anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, depression and anxiety in late-stage cancer patients, smoking cessation, and alcohol abuse. Out of the Imperial College of London, looking at treatment-resistant depression in an open label study, looking at the feasibility and efficacy of psilocybin alongside this traditional psychotherapy, had 12 subjects with moderate to severe major depressive disorder. 2 doses were administered 1 week apart. First a low dose, then a high dose. and there were preparations and follow-up sessions. Average severity of depressive symptomology reduced by 50%. Of the 12 subjects, 8 patients achieved clinical remission after the first week. 7 held reduction in the severity of their symptoms at greater than 50% 3 months later. And a 6-month follow-up study conducted with that sample and an increase up to 20 patients demonstrated a clinically significant reduction in suicidality. At 6 months, 9 subjects did not score again in terms of suicidality. 3 relapsed in their suicidality scores, and 6 held straight. The National Institutes of Health are sharing the palliative care and late-stage cancer studies. In one study, 12 patients with advanced cancer and reactive anxiety, after 2 sessions, 2 weeks apart, found a greater than or equal to 50% reduction in depression and anxiety, and found that in the control group, only 15% experienced any reduction in those symptoms.
Johanna?
In a randomized, yeah.
We are actually over our 3 minutes, but.
All right.
No, can you email this to us?
You said would be available, yes.
Yes, so please email it
The
to.
bottom line is also in alcohol dependence and cessation, we're seeing efficacy that we just don't see in other modes. And to continue and bring that work to Central Oregon is just essential for our population. But I will send the rest to you in writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have a lot of detail there, and I truly appreciate the research that you're sharing tonight, so thank you. And you did get the email, correct?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It looks like, yes. Hello, good evening.
There we go. My name is Liz Gurna, and I just have a quick comment that I hope will be helpful.
Address, please.
Oh, yes. We need your address.
Right. 2636 Pomona Way, Pomona Way, and I'm in Medford.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm a professional who works in licensing and compliance, so I've been tracking the rules, and I just wanted to say that I heard the earlier session, and Commissioner Chang mentioned perhaps quite the task in developing local rules there. And I just want to make sure you're aware that the OHA, with recommendations from the OPAB, have spent a long time drafting really granular rules on this. And so I think you can rest assured that the rules are not liberal, they're conservative with an eye towards safety. And if you want me to send you any of those Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board recommendations or any of the rules just for your ease of reference, so you can see the level of detail that they've got down to with regard to the physical premises, testing, products, training of the facilitators, 120 hours. There's just a lot there, and I wanted to make sure that Commissioner Chang was aware of the level of detail at the state level. And that's really all I had to say. Thank you for your time today, and I wanted to specifically thank you for a really open environment here for this discussion. I'm feeling that, and I appreciate that. So that's about it.
Thanks for following.
Liz, if you don't mind sending what you have as far as information goes to board@deschutes.org, that would be really excellent. And you're saying that it's 120 hours training, and then you can be certified?
Yes, I mean, there's an exam, there's a practicum. The facility has to have a clinical supervisor. There's just so much front-end work and supervision and oversight at the point of administration of this clinical medication. So yeah, I'll be happy to send you that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us from Medford then.
Right on.
Thank you. No more hands raised?
We have a form coming.
What?
It looks like we might have a form coming.
Okay, a form coming. Okay, great. Great, thank you so much. We're ready. Thank you. I'll take it, thanks. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
The one that's filled out.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, if you want to just get one of the front tables and share. Oh, you're on Quail Road in which?
Oh, Terrebonne.
Terrebonne. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, well, do I need to use this mic, or can you guys hear me okay up there?
I can hear you fine,
All
but
right.
yeah, it is public record, so you do need to speak into it.
Sure, okay. No
You
problem.
don't need to get real close to it.
No, it works pretty well.
You can tell I'm very prepared for this. So, yeah, go ahead. Do I start? You guys?
Yes, please.
You're next.
Your
Yeah,
name
we're.
and
All
your
right,
address.
cool. So I came here, and I apologize, I just found out about this today, and I was actually excited that I could be involved with any decision when it comes to the use of psilocybin. I understand that's not the actual thing, but it's incorporated versus unincorporated access to it and land use and whatnot, right? So being unincorporated and being a veteran.
To identify yourself
Yes.
with your address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, I missed that. Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right. So 14840 Southwest Quail Road, Terrebonne.
Your last name is Lebowski?
Yep. 97760. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. So, anyways, I'm really excited that we're one of the pioneers in states with this, and I'm very familiar with not just the treatment on a larger level, but also the microdosing as a veteran. A lot of my peers, unfortunately, have a lot of mental health due to their service, so we've kind of been rode hard and put away wet, so to speak, and especially those from the special operations community, and we're losing a lot of them. This type of treatment is saving lives. I've been on the receiving end of it, and access to it is very important because everyone's like, oh, you're a veteran, you can just go to the VA, do this or that. Well, I very rarely step foot in those facilities just because there isn't always the best treatment, the best access to things, the best doctors, the best things. We get prescribed stuff that actually ends up sometimes making matters worse. So to find out that this is coming to the state, and if we have a decision to decide it's only going to be in one part of the county where we have to come, or more areas, more treatment centers, stuff that can be more remote or more accessible to guys like me that's a little further north, then I would vastly encourage us to keep it in the areas for us. I'm doing okay. I can get to Bend every now and again, but sometimes it's not always feasible. And if we limit healthcare, which is what this is for us, to just Bend or just the incorporated part of Deschutes County, then you're kind of limiting the help that we need and the access that some guys can't get in a car and go drive to. So anyways, 15 seconds left. That's it. You guys got any questions for me?
Oh, I just wanted to thank you for your service and
Hey.
and acknowledge that Dr. Barine is a retina specialist who works in the VA in Bend.
Awesome.
He doesn't do private practice, but he is an amazing, amazing eye doctor. So
Okay, well,
maybe it's not always good, but I know he is.
No, and I'm not trying to, I've had some good services also. There's good and bad everywhere. You just try to find the best treatment, but I appreciate the thanks and the acknowledgement. The best way you can thank all of us is to keep the facilities open for us and the access to treatments and to products that are doing amazing things. It really is. So appreciate
Where
it.
did you get your treatment at?
I'd rather not say. Yeah, only because we're in this gray area right now, and for those that are continuing to seek help there, I would hate to get something disrupted because not everything is fully established and in place right now, but is that okay? All right.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for making the trip.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the room? Did you turn in your blue card?
You can.
Okay, we need that, please. I'll just take it so I could read your name.
Pretty informal today.
Yes.
We're ready for a bigger crowd possibly, and, yeah.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and identify yourself. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Start with name and address.
Yes, please.
My name is Mikkel Wilson, and my address is P.O. Box 7945, Bend, Oregon 97708.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say, to start off, that I believe in this medicine and support this measure. And the main point that I wanted to bring to you is that the members who support this measure want to create a committee advisory board for land use and would like to start now.
Okay.
Thank you for that offer.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Great. No, thank you.
Can
And
I-
if
can I
you did
just
want
ask
to
the-
write
the-
something, emails need to
Can
come
I-
in by 8 a.m. on Monday morning, please. And we will have our public hearing next Wednesday.
Not public hearing.
Well, no, it won't be a public, it will be a determination. We'll do our deliberations on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you for joining us.
I would just love to,
I think Commissioner
could I just ask a clarifying question or two?
Yes, is a question for you?
Yes. Mikhail, you mentioned members, and I was curious what group or organization you were talking about members of. And thank you for your offer to participate in. I think what you were offering was to help the county with developing the time, place, and manner requirements that we would develop if we proceed with having a psilocybin program within Deschutes County. But could you just confirm that, and then also just let me know who you were talking about when you were saying members?
Could I defer this to Piper Lucas? Would that be possible?
Sure.
Right, so
no,
you can send it with an email if you don't mind. That would
Well,
be good.
if Piper wants to mention that right now, I don't mind. I'd like to hear.
Okay.
There you go. It's been deferred. Oh, come to the mic again, please, and just.
We just, I was talking to other members that are working in education and information for everybody. And we just wanted to get it across that as far as we know from Sam Chapman, there are no more land use laws coming forward. What is in the measure is what is final. So we don't need to wait for anything to come forward, as far as I understand. We can start working on the time, place, and manner if the commissioners decide to do so. And I know that there's a lot of informed people that would be willing to serve on a advisory committee and help in that matter.
Thank you. That's
Well,
helpful clarification.
Well, who's we, though? I mean, and is it formal or informal group, or just advocates as a whole, or what are you referring to?
The Healing Advisory Fund is definitely helping us, and there's an informal group that is slowly becoming more formal,
Okay,
but informal.
so just we.
We, yep, members.
Okay.
You said the Healing Advisory?
Advocacy Fund, I'm sorry. It's Sam Chapman. He's the executive director. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Stephanie, did anyone else step up? No hands, no phone calls? Okay, all right. Well, Mr. Chang, did you have something? No. Okay, is everyone good?
Peter or Tanya, do you have any just thoughts or feedback? Or, yeah, I mean, yeah. So there was an offer for, kind of the committee work here, but I don't know how far we want to go tonight.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair, Commissioner Chang. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. You know, the only thing that I would acknowledge in regards to the last person's testimony, you know, our understanding at the planning director level is that starting in September, the Oregon Health Authority is going to be performing rulemaking for the service centers. And while they may not be dabbling in land use, they're going to be discussing operational characteristics of what a service center can become. And those operating characteristics, how much psilocybin might be available at any one time, how many patients can be served by a facilitator at any one time, whether service centers can or cannot, or maybe it's ambiguous, maybe they don't address it. Can they accommodate overnight services from screening to facilitation to debriefing? So it's those characteristics, or excuse me, those operational factors that I think have compelled directors and whatnot to ensure that their elected officials ultimately are aware of that process. So at the end of the day, at least in Deschutes County's case, the commissioners can make an informed decision about whether or not an opt-out ordinance is prudent or not. And Community Development Department is not taking a position on psilocybin whatsoever. It's really just acknowledging the ambiguity at this stage that local governments, specifically rural counties, are experiencing with the status of the rulemaking. And my last point is that rulemaking pertaining to service centers won't be in effect until late December, right, prior to the first Monday of the new year in 2023. So those determinations, I think, will provide some context, again, about how service centers can operate in both rural counties and certainly within city limits.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's what's the starting point, and what are there variables out there in the future that we think are coming? It's going to be an interesting dynamic at this time.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Peter. One more person just joined the room, and I believe you want to do some testimony. If you want to come up and
you
fill out
walked
your
in,
form
you're
when
right
you're
up.
Done,
Yes, please
do
join us.
that, and then
Yep.
you can hand me your form when you're finished, if you don't mind. You need to say your name and your address, and you do have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. You said my name and my address?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Vicky Kalira, and my address is 109 Northwest Outlook Vista Drive, here in Bend. Okay. Hello, my name is Vicky Kalira. I am a medical doctor, and my specialty is in addiction psychiatry. I serve as the acting medical director for the Addiction Recovery Treatment Services for the VA Northern California healthcare system. I am also actively working on obtaining my Oregon State medical license. The opinions herein are only my own and do not represent that of the VA. I would also like to share that I have stock in companies who are studying the therapeutic use of psychedelics, including psilocybin. Good evening to the board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts on the use of psilocybin as a mental health treatment tool in Deschutes County. I'd like to take a moment to share my background. I was fortunate enough to train at Johns Hopkins University and New York University, institutions that are amongst the world's leaders in psychedelic research. In 2017, I transitioned to the Department of Veterans Affairs and worked at a VA that led the field in studying the use of psilocybin in group therapy sessions for veterans with PTSD. It gives me a great sense of pride to now be a part of a state that recognizes the opportunity to potentially save lives and steps up amongst our entire nation to provide access to its citizens. As a physician, my ability to care for people is limited by my access to tools. Psilocybin is one of those tools. When veterans request access to psilocybin, we cross our fingers that they will be lucky enough to meet clinical criteria for a VA research trial and that the timing works out. If not, they have to find other resources on their own. This leaves this already vulnerable population more vulnerable. As I have seen, they don't often understand how to incorporate the psilocybin into their treatment plan, and like most things in medicine, they need guidance. Because of the limited resources out there, veteran groups like the Heroic Hearts Project have taken it upon themselves to take care of their own. Ideally, we can offer more support to our service members. As a psychiatrist, I see opportunities to incorporate psilocybin frequently. Recent research suggests that 1 to 2 administrations of psilocybin with psychological support produces antidepressant effects in those with treatment-resistant depression. This is unique to psilocybin. The other interventions for treatment-resistant depression require multiple visits to a clinic, for example, daily visits over weeks at a time, or the use of several medication combinations, each with its own set of potential side effects. Imagine asking a rural Oregonian with arguably the most severe form of depression to travel to a clinic every single day for weeks in hopes they might respond to treatment. As an addiction psychiatrist, I see veterans with nicotine use disorder daily. In 2014, a pilot study found the use of psilocybin in the context of a cognitive behavioral therapy treatment program could help long-term smokers to quit. After 6 months, 80% of participants continued to abstain, whereas less than 40% of participants who received the current FDA-approved medications were still abstinent. The potential public health impact of having such an effective treatment is not lost on the National Institutes of Health's National Institute of Drug Abuse, who awarded Johns Hopkins an unprecedented $4 million grant to lead a study to further explore potential impacts of psilocybin on tobacco addiction. Despite our limitations in broadly studying psilocybin in the past 50 years, we have still demonstrated such powerful effects with a strong safety profile. With this in mind, it is my hope that this board will consider protecting access to these treatment tools as options for its citizens in Deschutes County.
Dr. Cholera, did you graduate from Johns Hopkins Medical School?
I graduated from West Virginia University School of Medicine, and then I did my residency at Johns Hopkins University, and then I did my addiction training through a fellowship program at New York University.
New York, okay, wonderful. If you have any information that you can email us, please do so. I'm really glad that you took the time tonight to come, but it just goes to board@deschutes.org.
Okay.
But, thank you so much for sharing this. Truly, it's a pleasure to meet you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, is anyone else here? All right. So,
So at this point, if you've got everybody, I would recommend you close the oral portion of the public hearing. You can, you're leaving the record, you've already made that decision, open until 8 a.m. on Monday morning for anybody to submit anything they want to that email. I think it's board@deschutes.org.
Got it.
And the board will deliberate in open in this room on the 20th, Wednesday, July 20th. That meeting starts at 9.
Okay, yes, it does. Thank you very much. We'll do our agenda tomorrow. So, okay, we'll close the public hearing. We've heard from our Peter Gutowski from our building department. Thank you, Peter, for those words of wisdom and how you see it. And Tanya, I'm sure we'll talk to you later then. So everyone, please remember that if you do want to submit documentation, written documentation, it is available up till 8 a.m. on Monday morning. On, what date is that? Do we have a date?
18th.
What?
18th.
Okay, yes, July 18th. So please do that. So appreciate everyone coming in and taking the time. For those people that came this afternoon, yes, Stephanie. Oh, well, I've already closed it. What do we do?
You could reopen it.
Okay, we'll reopen. Did they have a hard time finding the up button or something? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, they're going to be audio. Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, we've reopened the public hearing for one last testimony. Philip, thank you for joining us. If you could
hello.
give us your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes, and thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Philippe Levy, 511 Northwest Flagline Drive.
In what city?
Bend, Oregon.
Thank you. Okay.
hmm I have a few anecdotal experiences to share. I'm sort of also operating in the gray area in terms of finding access. And both in discussions with others and my personal experience, what I wanted to add to the discussion is just what psilocybin brings to me personally is something that I find it difficult to get from talk therapy, and that is to bring a body element into ideas that are I've already been introduced to, that I understand through therapy. Psilocybin helps me sort of zoom out and both understand from an analytical perspective what I'm missing, what's sort of hiding in the shadows, perhaps issues that I haven't dealt with, stuff from my childhood, etc. It brings my body into it and helps me feel the gravity of leaving those issues in the dark. And I've not experienced that with any other form of therapy. And then so my talk therapy experience afterwards ends up having so much more gravity because I'm able to sort of place myself in my own past and kind of begin the healing process with those traumas. And that's what I have to share.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. That's good. Oh, Dr. Calera, did you fill out the blue form for us? Okay, I just need it in my records, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else on? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, closing the public hearing for the second time, or maybe the third time. And no, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. And we truly appreciate what we've heard from our community. So thank you. And we will look for your, if you send an email by Monday morning, 8 a.m., that would be excellent. So thank you. And the meeting is adjourned.